10:30, the hearing is scheduled at 10:30. So we are going to get started. We're going to get started by reading the letter dated October 9, 2024 to the Executive Council. Dear Councilors, I am pleased to nominate Lauren E. Reznick to the position of Associate Justice of the Land Court. I put the E in, so there's no confusion, there's another one. I submit this nomination to the advice and consent of the Executive Council pursuant to Part 2, Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I close the nominees resonate for your convenience and seal Maura T. Haley. We are going to start by introducing the councilors that are currently present. Councilor Devaney, Councilor Jacobs, and my name, if anybody doesn't know it, is Kevin Kennedy. The other councilors are en route. Some of them ran into the traffic. I know that Councilor Duff had a medical appointment from our church. He's going to be here. So anyway, we're going to start by having you introduce everybody you brought with you. That should take about 2 hours.
Thank you, Councilor. Thank you, Chair. Before I get started, yes, I would like to take a moment to introduce the folks who came in the room today and thank them for taking the time to be here. All of your support and encouragement has been valuable to me. In the room, we have the Honorable Diane Rubin, Associate Justice of the Land Court.
My constituent, I remember taking her hearing.
Who will be a witness for me today. My second witness will be Attorney Jamie Landowski here from Summit Law School. We also have several guests in the room attending today, which I'm pleased, including my husband, Eric Nielsen, who's sitting behind me.
Is he here in favor or opposition?
Hopefully in favor of what we shall see. My very good friend, Chris Landowski, who I've known since law school. Don't see her here yet, so maybe she couldn't make it, but one of my mentees was potentially going to come. I also have Jill Sider in the room, who is the Deputy Court Administrator of the Land Court. Deborah Patterson, the reporter of the Land Court, so she's here. Ellen Kelly also, she is the deputy reporter of the Land Court. Deborah Patterson, the reporter of the Land Court. And then Kathleen Hayes from the Sessions Court of the Land Court. So I'm happy to have you here. I also have Sarah Smeagol over here and John Tilley, who are both deputy legal counsel at the Land Court. Barbara Lewitton, who is our fiscal operations supervisor, and Joe Walsh, there he is, our e-course business analyst. So we have a big Land Court family here today.
See that? There's not much business going on there.
Don't worry, many judges are my English.
I did want to introduce council to follow Paul. You're 2.5 minutes late. Okay, so we're going to call your first witness.
That would be Associate Justice Diane Rubin.
Yes, the Honorable Diane Rubin, Associate Justice of the Land Court. Judge, come on up.
Good morning, councilors. Good morning. It was about 6 years ago that I sat here as a nominee, and I want to thank you for your consideration then, and also for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Lauren Reznick today.
If I could say thank you for your service, that was my proud vote.
Thank you. I met Lauren in January of 2019 when I joined the Land Court, and Lauren was legal counsel then. Judge Jennifer Robertson, I joined at the same time, 2 out of 7 judges, and Lauren helped onboard us. Because not long thereafter, Judge Robertson, I went to Lauren and we said, can you tell us about interdepartmental transfers and assignments? And I had not really had any experience with those, but you need to know about the Land Court because we're a political jurisdiction. And sometimes there's a property case in the Land Court and then a tort case in the Superior Court, and we have to figure out how to handle those. So it was sort of an arcane thing, but Lauren did what Lauren always does. She pulled together a fabulous presentation, detailed all the backup, and she did a refresher for all the judges. That's just what Lauren does. I soon came to realize that Lauren didn't just answer questions for the judges. It didn't matter if you were the chief or a recorder, or you could be a law clerk or a sessions clerk, or you could even be somebody from the IT team. And you were stuck, you had a question, you go to Lauren, you'd ask, please help me figure this out. And she just did it. That's just what she did. And I think that's why there's so many folks here today, because Lauren is just, she just gets things done. And she knows, it's always she gets things done because she knows that what's important is to help the people that come before the court. That's really what our goal and mission is. I also wanted to speak for just a couple of minutes about Lauren's commitment to access to justice. And there's two examples that I have. One is, I don't know if you had a chance to look at the Maine Court's website recently, but there's some pretty good materials on it. And we've spent some time going for trying to update them, which frequently ask questions and answers. So folks, especially those who are self-represented, can come and learn about it. Like, you know, a petition to partition, or if you're in a tax lien case and you don't know what you're supposed to do, it's a resource for the judges to be able to say, hey, you know what, go look at the website. There's actually help you. And Laura's been the lead on that. She does a really good job of taking very complicated things and making them simple. The other thing that I'll touch on briefly is the pro bono tax lien assistance program. And that's a program that the Maine Court has started together with Lawyers Clearinghouse Access to Justice Program, Fellows Program. And there's folks who are in tax title proceedings, they're foreclosure proceedings, they could lose their houses, and most of them are self-represented. And they're really in tough straits because they could lose their homes. So we've worked with Lawyers Clearinghouse for a couple of years, and there's different people that have come and gone. The idea is to get volunteer attorneys to come in and help folks figure out, can I refinance? Can I do a payment plan? Can I get a loan from a family member? And worst comes forth, maybe even just, I have to sell the house, but at least I'm going to maximize my equity in the property. So there's been a lot of people who have come this over the years, a lot of them hired judges and other folks, but Lauren's been the through line. She's been the one that has pushed this forward and made sure that we are on track. So we did a pilot program. She's done fabulous training materials for volunteers, and now we're ready to roll such a bar association. So I share some of these examples of my experiences with Lauren because I think they demonstrate her excellent legal skills, as well as her real commitment to the people that come before the court, and also her hard work. She's just a real hard worker, and I would welcome her joining us.
Thank you, Judge. Any questions from the council? Council Jacob?
Thank you. Fine, thank you for being here. I appreciate everything you have to say. It's funny, where you ended on access to justice and the real estate tax lien, pro bono program is really the first bullet point I had on my questions for the nominee today, but I appreciate you highlighting it because well, for a few reasons. One, there's a really strong advocacy effort in Western Mass around doing what we can legislatively to create more equity for those who are, you know, struggling financially, who have built equity in a home that they're going to potentially lose for this reason, and you know, how to preserve, pay off what they need to pay off, but preserve some of the accumulated, you know, financial stability that represented for their family that is in jeopardy now. But also because, you know, when we talk about land court, you don't necessarily think first off about self-represented. You don't really think about, you know, the conversation that I had with Attorney Reznick was, you know, really rich in looking at how, you know, systemic racism is baked into things that are in the wheelhouse for land court in so many different ways, and this is one for sure that pops up. And so I appreciate all the work and the sensitivity around all the different factors that play in on that particular stream of cases that come through. So more comment than a question. Thank you.
Council Devane?
Oh, nice to see you. You know, a lot of people don't know what the land court is about. And I know you need more people on the land court, you're short, and I thank you for your service again. Tell me, what particular case comes to mind that really impressed you about this nominee?
Gee, there's so many. I really think it's not so much a case, but it's this access to justice program, the tax lien program, because I can give examples of people, but somebody is really at risk of losing their house, right? And they have no place to go. And meanwhile, they don't $5,000 or $10,000 that, you know, that equity in the house may be substantial. And this is a way to get a pro bono counsel for that person to help them enter into a payment plan And Lawrence really made this program come to life. And
No, in my 25 years, I've seen so many witnesses come around about the housing court, which is related. And really saddens me because we have so many people that are evicted. And, it just seems to be getting worse for everyone, but young people starting out and everything. So land court to me is very important. And I have to tell you, it was Judge Green. And I started with him, oh, I don't know how many years ago, and he just retired. But he brought so much from the land court to the appeals court, and he was the first from the land court. So it is important, and we learned so much from Justice Green being on the appeals court that is related to land court. So I thank you for all you do, and this is quite an honor for this nominee to have you come as a witness, and so good to see you.
thank you so much. I'm so happy.
Thank you, Judge. And we're gonna call you next witness, Jamie Langowski, Esquire.
Morning. I'd like to thank the Governor's Council for the opportunity to speak in support of Attorney Lauren Reznick's nomination to the Land Court, and also for your time and dedication to vetting and confirming these qualified candidates. My name is Jamie Langowski, and I'm the Executive Director of Suffolk University Law School's Center for Housing Justice and Policy. I've worked in fair housing for over 12 years as I helped launch the Housing Discrimination Testing Program, which is now part of the center at Suffolk back in 2012. Our program provides legal representation to victims of housing discrimination, fair housing testing, and education outreach throughout the Commonwealth related to fair housing rights and responsibilities. We also engage in empirical research. We released a first of its kind in the nation study in 2016 that measured the level of gender identity and gender expression-based discrimination in the rental market. And you might have read about our 2020 study that was funded by the Boston Foundation called Qualified Renters Need Not Apply. That measured the levels of race-based and voucher-based discrimination in that market. Lauren and I have had some opportunities to collaborate professionally, which I would like to share with you, but I've also had the privilege of knowing Lauren for over 20 years, as she and my partner were in the same year at BU Law. Lauren has long been one of my go-to people to ask what she thinks about legal issues, and in particular, property-related concepts. I am aware of the fact that the Massachusetts Land Court is one of only 2 in the nation because Lauren has mentioned that more than once. And in fact, she visited the other land court in Hawaii while she was on vacation. And that is the vacation story from Hawaii that I heard multiple times. Lauren possesses many of the qualities that I think are important for a judge. She's very intelligent and thoughtful. She's an excellent communicator, and she has the ability to explain complicated things in a way that others can easily understand. She's also very collegial, and I've seen how well she builds professional relationships. I went to observe Lauren's last day in court when she was at the VA's office. She had told me there was a really interesting trial scheduled that day, which of course settled right before it was set to start. I watched as Lauren was given a file for a new trial to move forward on in its place. It wasn't her case. She had very little time to get familiar with it. I was amazed at how she was able to not just competently handle it, but effectively advocate for the Commonwealth with so little time to prepare. I also recall the opposing counsel for that case overheard her saying to the court staff that it was her last day, and his response in jest was, "Oh, thank God." And I think her preparation and dedication to the position was certainly recognized. Beyond that, her demeanor and temperament is such that she was liked and respected, not just by the court staff at all levels, her colleagues in the DA's office, but also opposing counsel, which was evident to me that day that I spent observing her in court. And it's again evident to me today with all of the support that she has from her colleagues right now. Lauren is extremely generous with her time. She was involved with the Big Sister program for years, and I always enjoyed hearing about the activities that she and her little did together. More recently, she has volunteered for the Cambridge Redevelopment Authority, which honestly was the perfect marriage of her dedication to volunteering and her passion for development projects and initiatives that promote social equity and environmental sustainability. I work in fair housing, and I very much appreciate Lauren's commitment to fairness, access, and equity. My most comprehensive experience working with Lauren on a professional level came about from her work at the court on addressing discriminatory restrictive covenants. Restrictive covenants are agreements between parties limiting or restricting the use of land owned by one of the properties. It was a common practice in this country to restrict property ownership based on race, ethnicity, or other discriminatory criteria. Those covenants are no longer legal in the United States, but there are many deeds that still include that discriminatory language. I had spoken with Lauren about her work on the land court's new standing order, which is aimed at addressing discriminatory restrictive covenants in land records. Even though those documents are no longer legally enforceable, allowing that language to remain unaddressed signals to those who are targeted that they are not welcome in their communities. Not long after that had come up, I was in touch with folks at Hurowitz Homes and the North Shore NAACP. With the Mapping Prejudice Project at the University of Minnesota Libraries, they had identified 390 documents as government Essex County that contain discriminatory language. Thinking back on my conversations with Lauren, the connection made perfect sense. I shared her Boston Bar Journal article with them and put them in touch with her so they could learn about what the land court was doing in this space. As a result, Harbor Light successfully integrated the land court standing order into their project. Lauren's willingness to collaborate with others and consider diverse perspectives and viewpoints is a fundamental part of her professional values. Lauren has been a dedicated leader in the land court and serves as a valuable community resource, promoting fairness, access, and equity through this project and many others, some of which you've already heard about. I myself have had many conversations about access and equity with Lauren over the years, and I've always been impressed by how thoughtful she is about it. Not everyone will read a book when a friend recommends it, but when I told her about Just Action, which is the follow-up to The Color of Law, she not only read it, she went to a reading in Cambridge that the authors, Richard and Leah Rothstein, did. She also picked up extra copies for her colleagues. It has been clear to me that access, equity, fairness, and justice are very important principles for Lauren. Her legal skills are impressive, and her passion for all things property and real estate related are next level nerdy. But I think it is her interpersonal skills that will make her an excellent judge. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. And I think Councilor Penn, really, Ben, the way you laugh, Councilor Jacobs.
Thank you. Good morning.
Yes, you started laughing.
I'm gonna say something. No, I actually, so this was my second bullet point, things I wanted to talk about today. So I very much appreciate what you're talking about with the racial exclusion covenants. As we're done with, I think we're dirty deeds and void provisions was the other thing we've done. But again, I think people don't really know what land court's all about. They don't really understand some of the issues that are prevalent that speak to the origins of our state, of our government, of our cultures and communities. And I think this particular issue that you're highlighting at the end of your statement is one that, as much as they're no longer enforceable or legal, still are really important that they exist and people be aware of them. And I feel like the Essex project that happened is amazing and a model for what should be happening across our state. And I think in terms of engaging our, like, this seems like the kind of thing where internships at universities could be, you know, colleges could be a place that like controls doing this kind of work. And so I very much appreciate the collaborative work people have done around this issue and hope that it will continue and expand. I will actually add a question to all that, not to leave it as a comment, but
You don't have to.
I know. I couldn't. All right, you know what? I'll leave it there. But I just thank you very much for all the work you do and for highlighting where systemic racism, marketing far back in the early days exists and how it can be at least slightly controversial.
Councilor Van.
You have quite a job, really, the responsibilities that you have. So, given that, how much time do you have to work with this nominee? How often do you see her working on these type of things?
Well, I do know her personally, so I have the ability to text
Well,
and
that's
email questions as they come up, which is amazing. There's been a few times over the last, 10 years or so that we've crossed paths professionally, which has been really nice. I think the most recently, Lauren actually sat on the panel at our last conference that we had, and it was amazing how well she explained the processes of the land court and different things that people actually misunderstood, because they're quite complex, to a really diverse group of people that were sitting in the audience, lawyers, non-lawyers, and she was able to explain it. So we've had the opportunity to collaborate a little bit professionally, which has been great. And it's nice that she was able to do like a conference like that. She sat on the panel with somebody from Harbor Light to talk about that third Beans project.
Right. So, how long have you been working professionally with this company?
So I started at Suffolk Law in 2012, which is how long I've been in fair housing, and then I've known Lauren since, I'd say 2000.
So professionally, how many years have you been working with her?
I would say, well, professionally, the last 4 years, I've had a lot of questions related to access and equity, we'll be discussing
Right.
things.
So when you look at these 4 years working with her, what are you most proud of that you have accomplished with her to make it more, how can I say it, more citizen free, for people to come and know that they're going to be represented and that, you know, you've gone that extra mile to do things. Can you think of something that you worked on like that?
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely the Sturdy Beans project, and that's a great question that you're asking. So the standing order that the land court has enables people to go to the court and they don't have to pay to get this language addressed. And it's not intuitive necessarily of how to address this language in use. But Lauren wrote a really great Boston Bar Journal article about the process, and then she was absolutely willing. I asked her first before I gave out her contact information, but she was willing to be put in touch with the folks who then turned around and were able to include it in their project. So anybody who does want to take advantage of what the land court is doing, can. And the one thing that I really appreciate about the standing order that I know Lauren and her colleagues at the land court worked on is that they're not redacting that language. They're not hiding it from history. They're making a paper trail and acknowledging it and then putting in a caveat so that it's known that this is actually being addressed.
Right. So, in the 4 years that you've seen this nominee, what issue in land court do you think she has championed and made a difference?
Absolutely, the property needs, you know, that is one thing. I do think she's done a lot of work around the technical side of things and updating the court in the systems that they use, which isn't as exciting as other things to talk about, but it's super necessary.
Right.
And it has access implications as well. And so she's worked on that quite a bit. We've had a lot of conversations around language and use of language that calls everybody in to the process. So there's a handful of things that I would say, but yeah, I mean, her work on the not as exciting things related to forms and computer systems and documents, I would say that's a massive impact on work.
It is. Well, thank you. Your testimony means a lot to me. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, and that will conclude the witnesses in favor of the nominee. Are there any witnesses here in opposition? Hearing none, we'll close that part again. The floor is yours.
Thank you. It's the Kennedy Chair, and good morning again to everyone. I'm really honored and grateful to be here before you today. Before I start, I would like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to each of the elected councilors of the Governor's Council for your time and commitment to vetting judicial nominees and ensuring the integrity, competence, and compassion of our judiciary. I appreciate the time you have invested in me over these weeks and valuable insights you have shared with me. I'd also like to express my deep gratitude to Governor Healy and Lieutenant Governor Driscoll for placing their trust in me with this nomination. I would also like to thank the Chief Legal Counsel Paige Scott Reed and Deputy Legal Counsel Derek Kesselman, as well as all the staff and others within the offices of the Governor and the Lieutenant Governor for their invaluable guidance during this process. I want to thank Valerie McCarthy and her team for their dedication and assistance to the council. I also wish to thank all the commissioners of the Judicial Nominating Commission who work tirelessly to review and screen judicial applicants. I also want to very much thank my witnesses here today, Associate Justice Diane Rubin and Attorney Jamie Landowski. Even though you called me. And I really want to thank my husband, Eric Nielsen, behind me, my family and friends, my colleagues, my land court family, many of them are here today, and everyone in the room who came, as well as those who couldn't be here but are watching from afar. I appreciate all the support and encouragement. So you've now heard from my witnesses who've described some of my professional experiences and accomplishments. And you've seen my application materials that highlight those topics as well. So now I'd like to take a few moments to share a bit more about my personal background, which has played a significant role in shaping me into the lawyer that appears before you today. I want to first acknowledge the many privileges that I've enjoyed in my life, particularly the love and support of my small family, my husband, but really also my dad, Reznick, who raised me, and my younger brother, Michael, as a single father. Like many others, my childhood and adolescent experience have shaped my values and my beliefs and why I decided to practice law. When I was 13 and my brother was 3, my mother experienced several mental health crises. It disrupted our family life and ultimately led to separation and divorce. My father suddenly became a single parent, to a teenager and a toddler. To make ends meet, we left our home and moved in with my uncle Steve, who generously took us in during my remaining years of high school. As a single parent, my father balanced his work responsibilities, often juggling multiple jobs simultaneously with his caregiving responsibilities for me and my brother. I too began working in retail and food service when I was in high school. From my father's example, I learned everything I know today about responsibility, resilience, compassion, and the value of hard work. Another significant influence came into my life in high school when I met my teacher and my first mentor, Mrs. Jan Collins, who is actually watching today. When I was facing a particularly challenging time, her guidance and support were invaluable in helping me juggle work, home responsibilities, and my studies. Beyond her encouragement, she provided the push that helped me chart a path towards college. She's been close to me like a mother ever since. I am grateful for this enduring connection we've formed, now spanning almost 3 decades. I sometimes reflect on how different my life might have been if Mrs. Collins had not offered herself to me in those years. That gratitude has motivated me to offer myself to others in need of a mentor. So, and maybe those following as well. My decision to pursue a legal career was solidified during a memorable moment in family court. During the dot-com economic recession, my father experienced an extended period of unemployment. He struggled to meet all of his financial commitments and send me to school. So he asked the court for help. I attended the hearing, and for reasons I didn't understand, the court refused to revise its previous orders. The court's decision was rid of lower bus. We didn't have the resources to pursue an appeal, and in that moment, we felt helpless and defeated. However, we were lucky because my father's attorney volunteered to pursue that appeal pro bono. I carry with me how important the court's decision on that relatively minor motion was in our lives, and how dependent we were on that attorney's generous choice. I keep this in the forefront of my mind even now, because what's routine and everyday for judges, attorneys, and court staff often can impact the litigants for life. I went on to become a litigator myself, and in doing so, I developed the technical skills to handle client advocacy in court conferences, motions, hearings, and trials. But as I've progressed through my life and career, I always look for opportunities to work on what is most impactful, which is helping people, particularly with their everyday struggles. Inspired by my own experiences, it was particularly meaningful to me to serve for several years as the pro bono lawyer for the day in housing court, probate, and family court, providing guidance and counseling to individuals and families who are navigating the court system like I once did. In my personal life, I volunteer in my community. I've been a big sister for over 10 years, offering myself as a mentor to girls and young women who are on their own journeys. I've been incredibly fortunate to have had so many inspiring women mentors in my own life who have helped shape me personally and professionally. The opportunities that Big Sister has provided to me to pay that forward and support the next generation of young women have been really so rewarding to me. Yeah, thank you. I also look for ways to have a more systemic impact on the issues I care about. In 2023, I joined the board of the Cambridge Redevelopment Authority, and in my role at the CRA, I'm allowed to have an impact on urban planning and development projects that promote affordable housing, social mobility and equity, and community investment all throughout my hometown of Cambridge. In 2015, I came to work at the land court. When I first began my law practice, my career pathway didn't actually bring me directly to real estate. But these subjects have been a passionate focus of mine since I first fell in love with them in law school. Even though it was not a traditional move for someone in my career stage, when I had the opportunity to join the land court, I seized it. At the land court, I have a tremendous opportunity to work on the cases and legal problems that are meaningful to me and have significant impacts on our communities. Our specialized court helps families and neighbors resolve their property disputes, It helps communities and developers settle when new developments are built, and it helps homeowners in financial distress to retain their properties and home equity. It's an immense honor to work with the dedicated justices of this court, to have them come to me with hard and novel questions of law, and feel like I have something valuable to contribute in return. Throughout my time as a landlord, I've also been dedicated to promoting transparency, justice, access, and fairness. As one example, since 2022, I have served as the land court's lead facilitator for our pro bono partnership with the Lawyers Clearinghouse and the Access to Justice Fellows. We launched the Tax Lien Legal Assistance Referral Program, which connects homeowners who are facing property tax foreclosure with pro bono legal advice and representation. This program helps preserve homeownership, prevent eviction, and protect home equity. I've developed essential resources, including recruitment materials, guides, training manuals, all of those things to support volunteer lawyers in assisting clients with redemption options. I'm so proud of the accomplishments of the support program, which is bridging that critical legal gap and helping homeowners navigate the challenging and arcane legal process during a very vulnerable time in their lives. If confirmed to the bench, I would like to say that I'd be committed to reaching just and equitable decisions for the citizens of the Commonwealth, to not only address the individual cases at hand, but also positively impact our communities as a whole. I want to thank you all again for your time and attention today. I'm eager for the opportunity to continue service to the Commonwealth if I'm confirmed in the Associate Justice of the Land Court. And I hope to earn your confirmation vote. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Council DePaul.
Thank you, Counselor. Good morning. I don't know much about land court, so I spoke to a lot of acquaintances and colleagues who do. They didn't raise any concerns about you. The concerns they raised were around some of the timeliness of acquiring dispositions. And I'm wondering, and it's come up a little bit, but and Councilor DeVane mentioned this, but are there more resources and judges needed at the land court in your estimation? Title examiners, where would the resources be with something?
Yeah, thank you for asking about that, because it really is so important that the land court is available to help people with their title problems, and that is important to everyone out there. So I think, you know, more resources always help. I think we really try to do the best with the resources we have. And thanks to advocacy from members of the bar and others, both internal and external, we actually have been able to get more resources in our title examination department. We've actually doubled the number of title examiners over the last 5 years in that department to help serve the public. I think there's always more work to be done, and certainly we would shy away from having more resources directed toward that important work.
So, you know, based on my discussions with practitioners and folks, I think my main concern coming into this would be government, and your references, folks I spoke with and the letters submitted spoke highly of that. I appreciate that you're a volunteer with Big Brother, Big Sister. I think that says a lot about you as well. I read with great curiosity your writing sample because I once served on a planning board. And was occasionally frustrated when our disciplines were returned in various situations when we thought we had accurately interpreted the intent of our city's ordinances. So that was interesting, and I appreciate the inclusion of that. And then you had Council Kennedy, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Council Jacobs.
Thank you. We had a really interesting conversation and explored so many different areas. Several of which have already come up this morning, so I've already inserted my commentary around. I do want to know, I assume we all, but I received an email from Chief Justice Piper that was about the longest email I think I've received. Extolling all the ways in which he is so enthusiastically supporting you. I think you are so interesting in that not only did it become quite clear in our discussion where we went really deep into the nerdy weeds of it all, that you are so well informed and passionate about so many of the things that Langford does. But to echo a little of what Councilor Paul just said, the work that you do personally, for oral work and nonprofit work and volunteering and trying to effort around the kind of unified sense that comes out from all that you're doing around enhancing equity and access to justice and making the kinds of societal, cultural improvements to benefit from the most marginalized on. So I just appreciate that about you. I'm not gonna ask a ton of questions, but I'm gonna just, I have two. I do find it interesting where the courts overlap. And so, where land court, we didn't even talk about where land court, intersects with Superior Court in our discussion, but we did talk about where land court intersects with housing court, and family court, and well, there's some other courts, but, I'm just curious about your thoughts about, how that works currently, and if there's room for improving how, our courts intersect with each other, towards enhancing justice.
Yeah, that's a really good question. We did get a chance to talk a little bit about our intersection with housing court. Since you're asking about Superior Court too, I think, yes, so Superior Court shares zoning jurisdiction. We have concurrent jurisdiction with Superior Court on zoning. We also have concurrent jurisdiction over certain title disputes as well, though some are maintained exclusively for the land court. And people who are filing their cases don't always know that, including attorneys sometimes, and they'll file in the wrong court. That's why I think Judge Rubin brought up, although it feels like an arcane topic, there is a procedure under our statutes and the rules of the trial court where you can move cases between departments. You can either interdepartmentally assign a judge or have a case moved to the court. And, the process may not always seem smooth from the outside, right? Because everybody just wants one court to hear it and one judge to hear everything. But we are a court of limited jurisdiction. We are a specialty court. I actually think that's what makes us wonderful. I think if you talk to most attorneys practicing out there, they wouldn't necessarily want one big blob court that's hearing everything. I think that the land court has jurists at its helm that have specialized experience and expertise in land use cases. And so it's actually really great that there is a procedure out there that's available for moving those cases around. We do have, I think you mentioned probate and family court too. Partition is a jurisdiction overlap that we have with probate and family court. That was actually a jurisdiction that was only granted to the land court, I want to say in 2002 or 2003, I'm looking at Smith behind me because Real Estate Bar Association was a major proponent of granting that jurisdiction to the land court, because sometimes those partition cases don't just necessarily involve family law issues, although they often do. Sometimes they involve very complex title issues that need to be unwound, and the folks at the land court, the judges at the land court, have a particular skill set that can handle that. So I think it's great that we have those overlaps, and I'm certainly open. I think that much on the court would be open if there's other areas like that where it would make sense to bring in the specialized expertise of the land court judges.
Really appreciate that. I can ask you so many other things, but I will actually pause and pass the baton, but I'm very impressed by all that you bring to the table and your experiences and your passion towards the emotional context that that land court actually represents quite a lot of the people's stories of the property, and it's more than just a TV, there's real depth of emotion and contextually.
Nice to see you again. Good to see you. Thank you for all the time you put in me. And you're now in the Hall of Fame for your healthy life. I do want to say that I thank you for your dedication as a big sister. And I've always said I would never vote for anyone who didn't have compassion, who didn't really have it to be committed to that. And I'm sure you have been a big influence in a lot of persons to make me think of that. And the other thing is, I'm going to thank you. It was on a personal note. I asked you when we met, time we talked, and I asked you something that was going on in my community from the state, and you gave me the information, and I appreciate that, because it's very hard to find out about William and that type of thing. And I do want to say that I'm very concerned about the land court in connection with the housing court. This is the biggest need that our constituents in Massachusetts are going to go of all ages. And I asked personally of Chief Justice Bud if she would form a citizen committee. Because I've been in touch for 25 years with people who have been involved in housing groups. And they've educated me because there are different rules in different courts. How many people know that? I wouldn't have known that if I didn't connect with these people. And there was one issue that came before us that really touched my heart. And it was someone in the housing court, and the case went to the Superior Court. And that Superior Court judge did not understand, and he didn't get his due, this person. So unfortunately, that hasn't happened, that we do have that citizen committee, because I think it's important, because they're here 24/7 watching. And they really don't have that voice. So I would still hope that Judge Bud will do that. But do you see that as a different rule with something going from to the Superior Court, that the Superior Court judge is not, you know, is not privy to that because it doesn't come up before the Superior Court?
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting take on the issue. And I think that what I hear you saying is that having that specialized experience in a particular area of law, whether that be housing court, which has specialized experience in eviction and summary process and residential issues, including, I think, you know, they deal with sanitary code, they deal with all kinds of things that have come out of residential housing. And similarly in land court, we have that specialized expertise involved in all matters related to title and zoning and you know, those cases over which we have specialized jurisdiction. And so what I think I hear you saying is that, you know, there is a real need for those specialty courts to serve the public with that specialized knowledge. And you know, Superior Court is a very powerful court. It's a very useful court for a wide variety of cases, whether that's major civil cases involving businesses with lots of money or major criminal matters. But I think sometimes some of these issues that we're talking about, like housing court and land court, they can get pressed to the bottom if the concurrent jurisdiction is happening in the Superior Court, because especially in criminal cases, you know, speedy trial is a factor there. So those cases have to move to the front of the line. So I think that I agree that there's a real need in our Commonwealth for the specialized courts to be able to serve the people on these kinds of issues.
Because from my experience here for 25 years, I have seen, and I have heard from people, some have come as witnesses, and one I will never forget, this man who had a 12-year-old son, and he was evicted off the street, and his son kept asking, where are we gonna live here? Where am I gonna go to school? That's what I'm concerned about. So, but I do, I know inquiring minds want to know, how did you choose land court? I mean, we think of all the, you know, all the other courts, all the things, all the exciting things that are happening in those courts. Tell me how you decided to go into land court. And I do want to say, I think your background in your employment, you know, the district attorney's office, all of that you've seen fraud, you've seen misdemeanors, you've seen all, I think all of that adds to your qualifications. And I'm going to say it straight out, because I said I don't have a poker face. I've been here 25 years, and you are the most outstanding, Justice agreed. Most outstanding, you have had the background that I haven't seen. And I'm just so pleased that you applied. And I'm not surprised in the last administration you were chosen, okay? Because you're not political. You came here the old-fashioned way. You earned it. You're so qualified. And I couldn't be more pleased with the governor to to choose you, and you've earned it before. You should have been appointed before. So tell me, how, in all of you've got wonderful experience, I'm not gonna go through all of it, but given our experience, I mean, I would think that you would have gone maybe to the appeals court or the superior court. Tell me how land court was your priority.
Sure, thank you for your comments, I feel very humbled by that, to be in such good company. So, you know, it actually goes all the way back to law school. You know, when I started law school, I actually thought that my strong suit just would be in criminal law. And that is what I thought when I started. However, in my first year of law school, my favorite class was property law. And there was a particular professor, who was well known at the law school, Professor Rickman at BU Law, who was known for being a really tough professor. But if you did well in his class and earned his respect, that itself felt like a really great accomplishment. And I love learning from him. I love his style of teaching. And I did learn a lot through that. And so I developed that interest. And what I did was I took more classes. I took a land use class in second year law school. In fact, actually that same land use class at BU Law is now taught by Judge Foster of the land court now. So there's a real strong land court connection to those kinds of classes in law school. And so I knew that was what I wanted to do, but when I graduated law school and started at the law firm, I actually did try to split my time. And because I also was very much interested in being in a courtroom and being a litigator, especially from my background. And what happened was the 2008 financial crisis. So the real estate market really shut down in that time. There really wasn't any work in that area. So because of that, I ended up focusing much more on the litigation, more general litigation side. And that's why you see so much of that in my background. And to be fair, I think it's been great for me. And I learned a lot along the way. I've learned how different courts work. I've been in different courts and before different judges and have a variety of clients. And because of that, I think when I got the chance to come back to real estate work and saw the opportunity at the land court, I really seized on it. Because that was where I knew I wanted to take my career going forward.
Now, in all of your cases, and I'd like to talk about the pro bono program, that's marvelous. So given all of that, what stands out as the most rewarding result that you've had, that you've been involved in one of these cases?
Yeah, I think that in our first couple months, I was in 6 months of launching the tax and pro bono program, and we heard a couple success stories that I think were really powerful. I remember one involved a gentleman who was able to use family supports and make connections with family to be able to retain the home. And that really required a lot of creativity on the part of the lawyer involved in that case. They ended up doing a more complex real estate transaction where one party, like the family member, was able to fund enough money to get a loan so that the father could stay in the home. But then there was a life estate created so that the person would be paid back for what is a substantial sum of money that came from the home. So I think that was it was just rewarding to see that somebody actually was able to stay in. Oftentimes in a tax lien foreclosure, because of the threat of losing the home, the result often will be downsizing. You know, this home isn't actually affordable anymore to the person who's living there. So we'll have to sell the property, but, you know, hopefully retain as much equity as possible, and then be able to use that money to buy a smaller property that is more affordable for the person. But this one was rewarding because they were able to stay there because the family came together to make that happen.
Well, that's where compassion comes in, compassion, and I think that's the most important priority, besides honesty, fairness, and all of that, but you have to have compassion, especially in land court and housing court. And I've had experience here to hear horrific stories. And you know what I found is, especially for an elderly person probably a woman, it usually is the case, that's alone, does not have any relatives, that is widowed, is the one that's put out and doesn't have any recourse to, to get help. And that's the thing that, in meeting with you and taking all the time and reading your resume, that we need someone like you to bring that compassion, to understand, what it is to be in those shoes, to be on the street. So, I can't be happier than that. Now, tell me about the pro bono program. I know it's started, and I know what you're involved in, and how important it is.
Yeah, I think, there was an interest in creating some type of program, that would help self-represented litigants in the tax session for many years before I get involved in this effort. And they tried different models, they really did. A lot of courts use a program that is called Lawyer for the Day, which I mentioned in my own statement, where a attorney will be at the court to help litigants who are appearing for that one day in court. It won't become a long-term relationship, but it'll help the person get through whatever the next event is. We tried a program like that or thought about a program like that, but in the tax session, being there for one day isn't going to solve the issue. So we knew we needed to try a different model. And we're really put things over the hump on getting that off the ground was a partnership with Lawyers for Every Master. We were so grateful to have. They have an Access to Justice Fellows program where they take retired judges or retired lawyers who still want to give back. And bring them into various places, nonprofit organizations and the like. And we were lucky to get a Access to Justice Fellow in our program that helped us set up this referral organization. And so it's just been such a success since then, and I'm just really proud to be involved in keeping it going. And we're really trying to expand its reach and bring it so that it can help more people and have more lawyers involved.
A wonderful program. Let the public know, how many years have you been working as a lawyer?
As a lawyer, I guess it's over 16 or 17 years. And I've been in the legal court for about 9 years.
That would be the 15 minutes at this point.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
I love
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
with time.
It's good to see you. How are you?
Good to see you.
Well, we had a lengthy conversation. Very impressed with your experience and your knowledge. You really know a lot about the Marine Corps, and I'm looking through the resume. You worked there, give or take 10 years.
Yes.
And let me ask this, the Marine Corps is actually located in downtown Boston, but you do travel.
Yes.
Can you explain to us, like, for the people who say the western part of, like, western part of the state, how do those people get access and how often do you go to these other places?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. So even though we have one location in Boston, right, share a building with the Suffolk Superior Court right across the street from here, we have statewide jurisdiction. Land is everywhere in Massachusetts, and so what we do is we travel. We bring our court out to the people when they need it. So especially when there is going to be a hearing that involves witnesses, a trial, we're able to work with partnerships with the other court departments and borrow the court for the day or for a couple of days if that's what we need to do, because it helps make sure that people can access our services.
Well, thank you for that. I don't have any questions. Your council has been a great supporter of yours, and when your name comes before the council next week, I'd be more than happy to support you. Thanks very much.
We'll be on an assembly next week, the day after election day, but maybe the week after.
It's my birthday, so
Oh,
it's my birthday.
birthday.
Your birthday, yeah, and all that.
Birthday.
Council's done.
It's a whole day of obligation. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, good to see you. We had a long, vigorous conversation.
We heard about it.
Yeah, I'm sure you did, to say the least. I'll say it again, anyone that wants to work in the land court as a judge is entering one of Dante's circles of hell, as far as I'm concerned. It is a very complex court, and I commend you for wanting to do this work. I expressed to you my concerns, not just about your qualifications, that you have actually never been in the court yourself. You clearly are a smart lawyer, you know how to do this work. But I did hear from constituents, you've never litigated in that court. You've never been in the courtroom. And that, you know, you assuaged me, you gave me a lot of faith that you're able to do it, but I would be remiss if I didn't bring that up, because this court is very, very complicated, as you know, probably better than anybody else. And I know there's been tremendous, as you have shared with me, progress in getting through some of the backlog. But the questions that I'm gonna ask you, and I'm only gonna ask you a couple, because I really put it in the steps. When we talked, we had a very, very long, very vigorous conversation. As a real estate professional, I get calls from people all over the state. And really because I'm on governor's council, but because I know this profession as well. Most whom I've never met in my life, who have things stuck in their court, and they can't get a call back. They can't get a call back from the chief title examiner. I myself have experienced that. Governor Baker's chief legal counsel himself experienced that. If the governor's chief legal counsel can't get someone to respond, there is a very, very serious problem. You're not the chief, so not your problem. But it is your problem, because people are curious. I know one agent who, again, that works for another company, and their client lost well over $100,000 because the land court couldn't move. And it was really a decision that had to be made by the title examiner, that in my opinion, and I'm just guessing, they didn't know what to do, so they did nothing. And that is not acceptable. You know, this happened when the market was hot. They had an offer on the property. The father who owned the property was waiting for the funds to go into private nursing care. And every day, the family's thinking, is he gonna die in another home facility, because the state's not moving fast enough to get him his money. They lost 3 deals, and the interest rates started escalating. And it really became disastrous, to the point that the only way it got settled was Lieutenant Governor Polito made a call right before Christmas to say, do something. That deeply concerns me, not just as a governor's counselor, not just as a realtor, but as a citizen. That are you so overwhelmed in that court that people just can't do their jobs? How do you explain that? I mean, you've been the general counsel, and I know you're not the chief, and I've had numerous conversations with the chief, which.
Excuse me, not the chief yet.
Yeah, right, well, maybe, but you know, it's just a gerbil wheel. I have tremendous respect for him, but it's just a gerbil wheel of conversation. We have the best people, well, yeah, except, do you have enough?
No, I thank you for raising this, because resource constraints are a huge problem for not only my court, many courts. But you're also really telling us how important the land court is to people out there.
So
every day.
important.
Yeah, and through their everyday struggles. And so allocating the resources, you know, to make that happen, is really important. And I you know, there's Chauncey follow-up actually asked a very similar question about our resources. And I think that there, you know, we really do try to do the best with what we have, but have there been gaps over the years? Absolutely, there have. And what I can say is today we have double the amount of title examinations that has taken us 5 years to get that. And we've had challenges over those years. We've had retirements of key employees who had decades of title examination experience. We had the COVID-19 pandemic, which happened to coincide with one of the hottest real estate markets we've seen in Massachusetts. And so, you know, yes, there are times that, and I think this is true in many court departments, when the workloads that we have, you know, just is more work than can be handled. But we do try to make the best use of the resources we have. We're very thankful to the advocacy for more resources. We advocate internally for that, but the public's voice carries even more weight when it comes to that. And so really, thank you for raising that to public consciousness, and making sure that the resources will come to us. We have many more now than we did before. More is always better because this is really important work.
It is, and it touches everybody's lives, you just don't know it. You know, it's like a lot of things in law and in the court system, you don't know it until you're in the thick of it. And to be very fair and clear, the issues that your title examiners are often dealing with are very complex and very, sometimes maybe even bizarre. You can't, I had two people stop me yesterday saying, how on earth did this property close? I mean, it went through and it closed, but there's still open liens on property. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. And I can't explain it to them. So you and I talked about something and you brought it up just now. And I think this is very important for the public and everyone here to understand is we don't have enough title examiners in the state, period, right now. People that became title examiners, it was almost like reading the law. It was like an apprenticeship. You went and you worked with an attorney or a law firm and you learned that way. You and I had I thought a fruitful conversation about perhaps the junior colleges here, the community colleges could offer a certificate program and get experts like you and other folks from the land court and real estate professionals and mortgage professionals to teach people how to become title examiners, because the truth is, we don't have enough. Lawyers don't have enough. Law firms don't have enough. And some of the mistakes, I think, happen because lawyers are trying to do their own title exams because they don't have a title, they can't get anyone. And they're not title examiners, they're lawyers. And it's a very, very different job. And so instead of just criticizing, one of the things I enjoyed about my conversation with you was coming up with solutions. And I think that's, maybe it's not a perfect solution, but it's an idea. And maybe we can plant that seed with the lieutenant governor and the governor, of that would be something we can offer our citizens as a path to employment that helps us, law firms and our court, because this court is so, when I say Dante Circle hell, you know, I'm being a little bit cheeky, but I'm really kind of not kidding, because it's hellacious work that you guys are doing. And it's so complex. It's very, and people, it's a very emotional, as you know from the conversation I had with you, it's very emotional stuff, you know. So I thank you for wanting to do it and bringing the expertise you have to this. Do you think we need to expand on how many judges we have in the court? Have you had time to think about that? I'm not going to hold you to this. This is not a gotcha question. This isn't a trick. I'm just curious if you've given it any thought.
It's actually not something I've given particular thought to. I think it's an interesting idea. As you've already mentioned, the work on those issues really happens in the title examination department. And if judges are there at the end to sort of sign the orders and make sure that our certificates are issued in a way that is proper and legal. But a lot of that meaty work that you're talking about, and I also want to bring up a Halloween thing because we have zombie mortgages and we have endless trusts.
Right.
So, and those are some of those complex issues that you're talking about, and they're really dealt with every day by the title examiners. So I think that's where the concentrated resources really need to be.
Are title examiners, are they paid enough? Are we being competitive?
I think that there is a lot of room to be more competitive in our hiring, and this is something that I think, you know, we do have opportunities to advocate for, and we really take this opportunity to help along.
Because you've lost a lot of institutional knowledge, and that is a danger in every profession as we age, as hopefully we do. That institutional knowledge gets lost, but it also becomes in economics, right? And someone in the region to be doing this. And so I will continue to advocate and encourage those I know in the legislature who work also in this industry to advocate for more resources to hire more title examiners. And if at some point the judges and the chief decided they think they need more resources to expand as well, let us know. We don't control the purse strings, but we can advocate. We can, you know, that, to me, that's part of my job as a governor's counselor, is to advocate for the courts, you know, because you are, I take it personally, I mean, you are ours, and especially since this is a court that I deal with, unfortunately, I don't want to say unfortunately, it's only unfortunate because they're usually not good circumstances, but on at least weekly basis, it's of great concern to me. So,
You're
thank
running
you.
out of time to
I'm out.
advocate.
I'm
Every
done.
person's coming fast.
I'm done. You've got it. Counsel, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. I've heard wonderful things about you, especially from my friend and somebody who came to the council twice, Jennifer Roberts, who did an outstanding job on the board, but many people have called on your behalf, said how wonderful you were. There's no doubt you're gonna make a great judge on the land court. I had a question about diversity. So tell me about when you interviewed the JNC. What were your feelings about that? Did you think it was diverse enough? Did you think that they asked appropriate questions?
Actually, yes, very much so. I think it was great to see the room of people there, people that I know work in this field, including those who had experience with the land court, were involved in my JNC process. It was a very diverse group, and I really did appreciate that they were asking questions that I think got to the heart of those issues when I went through the process.
Well, it's good to hear that with people in the JNC that know something about the land court.
No, not a few.
That's all. What about geographic diversity?
You know, I don't know all the areas, but I do know that, at least one of the commissioners there was, from Worcester, I believe you mentioned that, but otherwise I'm not sure about the geographical representation of workers.
I think it's important that the entire state gets representation on the JNC and on the court.
Absolutely, yes. Especially as a part of statewide jurisdiction.
Look at Jennifer, who was a Cape woman, who was awesome because there are a lot of land disputes, of course, in the Cape and the islands. And I know she had a vast experience and did a great job with that. Do you think that we have enough people with vast experience in the land use area applying? You know?
You know, I don't know one way or the other how many applied, but I know that we see a large variety from all over the state of practitioners that come before the court. Again, because we are statewide, we have practitioners that come before us from Western Massachusetts, from the Worcester area, from the south, the north, everywhere. And we come to them when they do that.
And how often do the judges of the land court actually sit in Boston?
I don't have, oh, sorry, Boston?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, so that's our home location.
And do the
So,
judges go there every day?
yes, every day.
And are there any other offices in the state?
We don't have another courthouse that's dedicated to land court in the state, but we do borrow courthouses from the other court departments when we need to hold hearings or trials out in other parts of the state.
So I recently went to an appeals court hearing at UMass in Dartmouth, which was great. Does the land court travel routinely?
Yes, I think especially to the Cayman Islands, it happens quite a bit, because it can be tough for a lawyer who works in that area to get into Boston for a 9 a.m. start of the trial. So it's very common that our judges would go sit down in Barnstable, sit in Nantucket, sit on the Vineyard. Though that's common, we have judges who sit out in Springfield, Pittsfield, they'll come and hear a case out in Worcester. Fall River was another one, that I know just happened.
Okay, so I'm a lawyer, I've been in real estate broker for probably a quarter of a century, I don't practice any of that as a lawyer. My understanding is if you have a case that could be filed at the land court and at the superior court, either one concurrently. What's your sense on the track, like, when are you gonna get a faster trial date or a faster decision? Is there a back, filing the superior court or the land court, same case?
Comparatively speaking, I'm not sure what tracking orders they use in the Superior Court, so if you have like a zoning case, you could come to either your local Superior Court or you could come to land court. I know that those cases in our court are on fast track. So we have a standing order that lays down exactly in a zoning case, you know, when certain things are supposed to happen. Our judges routinely will also question the counsel and parties in the case saying, you know, this is a presumptive track, fast track. but we can go even faster, right? If you don't feel that you need a lot of discovery, we can get that calendar sooner. So in Superior Court, I think that I'm sure they have a similar tracking system for the civil cases. But, you know, the press of business in the Superior Court also requires that some things move to the front line because of speedy trial requirements in criminal cases, so.
Like I said, beside Jennifer Roberts, I also got a call from a judge on the housing court, and got a call from the lawyers. I read the long letter that the chief wrote for you with glowing review. I'm happy that you applied, and happy that you're gonna serve. I would also say just keep the geographical diversity in mind, for people that aren't close to Boston, and continue to do what you're doing. And I gotta say that, when people have called me because their cases are stuck in land court, I always have them call Deb Patterson, and she's been amazing, and no, you have been, and I appreciate that because you answer calls and you let people know at least procedurally where they are. And if you can help, you do, so I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you very much. You have one vote next week.
Okay, I don't have any questions for you because we spent a long time talking in my office, we went over everything. I look forward to putting your name in nomination, hopefully not next week, hopefully the week after, because I think like everybody else in the country, we have an election day, and we're all gonna be up to 2 in the morning to see what happens. I know Councilor Arnello's planning on staying up all night. So, we're gonna close the hearings.
Yes, he's ready.
We will go ahead and call our meeting to order, and I'd like to recognize Councilor Pereira for our prayer and for leading us in the pledge of allegiance, please.
Thank you, Governor. Let's pray today for, great elections for good people, local level, state level, federal level, and a unified, government going forward. Pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Today's been okay. Now you're not smelling like a forest fire. So, almost there. Councilor Beatty, are you going to join us? Right. I'd like to recognize Councilor Jacobs for a motion to record advice and consent for the financial warrant. Is there a second?
Okay.
Seconded by Councilor Iannello. All those in favor? Any opposed? The ayes have it. I'd like to recognize Councilor DePaulo for a motion to record advice and consent for the pending list of notaries public. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Kennedy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Excuse me. I'd like to recognize Councilor Duff for a motion to record advice and consent for the appointment of Amy L. Blake to the position of Chief Justice of the Appeals Court.
So wonderful, decision on governance.
Second.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Pereira. Any comments or questions? Councilor Beatty?
I'm so proud to stand to say that I am going to be voting for Amy the third time. And voted for her 16 years ago, and this is the third time. I have to say that in my term, 25 years, I have never seen a person more qualified, more deserving of this position. And she has filled every position yet here, you know what I mean? Even a victim witness, the victim witness advocate. But what I've seen in Amy is her caring for people and including people. And we received so many letters. I never saw the comment that was prevailing in all those letters. Like, she lifts me up. She lifts people up. These are people who worked with her. And I don't think we can have, think of anything better to have someone as the Chief Justice who will lift those, make them feel important in a position that they hold. And when her name came through, I was so excited because you just don't know how it will go. But she has received so many awards. And it's just wonderful, and I don't want to take any more of your time, but I'm very proud to second this motion and listen to the Chief Justice. And I do want to say that we thank Justice Green. He was a tremendous addition, and I think a lot of people don't know the Hilda down in history. He was the first person from the land court to go to the appeals court, and he served as well. So, and she will too. So I just wanted to say that there's a lot of people out there that are really pleased with this position, and I want to thank you and the governor.
Fantastic. Thank you, Councilor Beatty. Any other comments or questions on the appointment before us? See, yes, Councilor.
And I'm glad to say that Amy is 3 times on the Hall of Fame for the Belgian Waffle.
All right, there we go. I think that's our most important, trait. I will go ahead and ask Valerie to please call the roll for us.
Councilor Jacobs?
Yes.
Councilor Pereira?
Yes.
Councilor Beatty?
Yes.
Councilor Iannello?
Yes.
Councilor Duff?
Yes.
Councilor Kennedy?
Yes.
Councilor DePaulo?
Yes.
7 members voting, 7 in the affirmative, the matter carries. We have a new Chief Justice in the appeals court. We've had 2 other items before us today with the nominations. Stephen Elliott for the appointment as a member of the appellate tax board, the ATV, for a term expiring on February 28th. Councilor Kennedy, do you have a suggested date? Time for the hearing, by any chance?
I think we're pretty full for the county, aren't we?
It's all.
Yeah, I think so. So that November 20th at 10:30.
Okay. November 20th at 10:30. That was in the books. And then Karen Crystal, the position of Associate Justice and Convicted Court, Counselor Devaney. Do you have a date exact?
Yes, I have to correct something to make this appointment. I have another nominee that I am to preside over. And, I made it, for the 6th of November. And I guess the council is gonna be celebrating the day after election, so I really feel it would be disrespectful to have this nominee come in and have her family and supporters and not have a council here to hear her testimony. So, I respectfully ask to change that date, in respect to her. I don't want her to come in empty chairs, you know? So anyway, I'm going to change that to, well, I had her for the 6th, so the next date would be the 13th. Okay, and so I will make that at 1 o'clock.
We already have one, we can make it 10:30 or so.
Excuse me, 10:30 on that day. And also, for the new nominee, this is just given to me, so you have to give me a minute.
Are you talking about Counselor,
It would have to be the next week after that.
but we're talking about Kara right now, so Kara.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was doing that.
Yeah, so November 13th at 10:30 would be for who, just so we're clear, would be Gloria, is that what you're saying?
Oh, Polly, I'm sorry.
Phillips.
Polly Phillips on November 13th at 10, okay? And then, for Ms. Crystal, do you have a date for her?
Yes, I just received that today, so I would think the next availability would be the 20th.
So we just did 10:30, so it's 1 o'clock, what you're thinking?
Okay, what,
Does that work for folks?
Not good.
All right, so we've corrected one that was previously scheduled to make it the 13th. And we've got Stephen Elliott on the 20th at 10:30 now, Kara Crystal on the 20th at 1 p.m. Thank you so much. I entertain a motion to adjourn. So moved. Is there a second? Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained?
We're here regarding the nomination of Stuart Hurowitz to the Board of Justice of the District Court. And I'll start by reading a letter submitted by the governor dated October 16th, 2024. Dear councilors, I am pleased to nominate Stuart M. Hurowitz to the position of Associate Justice of the District Court. I submit this nomination for advice and consent of the Executive Council pursuant to Part 2, Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and impose the nominee resume for your convenience. Sincerely, Maura T. Healy. And with that, we have it moved away. Attorney Hurowitz. Good afternoon. Good afternoon for being here. We're gonna get started, if it sounds good to you, with your witnesses. And so I note that, two folks, Judge Guzman as well as Attorney John Static, were intending to be here originally and are unable to be here for scheduling reasons, but both, wanted to note their support. And so who will you be, on for your first witness?
So first, I'd like to call Attorney Henning.
Great. Welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, honorable members of this council, I'm pleased to testify before you today in support of Attorney Stuart Hurowitz and his nomination as a justice of the district court. I first met Stuart in 2019. I was a newly hired attorney with the Committee for Public Counsel Services and in Boston for training. Attorney Hurowitz was presenting on the most gripping of topics, the rules of criminal procedure. Despite the dryness of that subject, I found Attorney Hurowitz to be engaging and interesting in his presentation. And while cleaning my office recently, I came across some notes from that day. I found scribbled in a margin that Attorney Hurowitz seemed like a natural teacher. And I had a note that said, I wonder what it would be like teaching something more interesting. I couldn't be more surprised, or less surprised really, when I later found out that Attorney Hurowitz engaging and intelligent, qualities that I continue to observe during office trainings and case discussions throughout my many years working with him. I've been fortunate that my office sits within roughly 30 feet of Stewart's since the beginning of my time with CPCS. Such close proximity has allowed first-hand observation of skills and attributes that make Attorney Hurowitz a fantastic nominee. I observed his compassion as he worked with both clients navigating the legal system and attorneys struggling with legal issues or personal matters. Stuart is always one of the first to lend a listening ear and words of comfort and encouragement. Attorneys both in and out of our office seek him out for his intelligent and thoughtful advice. I cannot think of any bar association event that I've attended with him over the past 6 years, where other attendees have not asked him either advice on legal or ethical issues. Yet the most important takeaway that I will cherish from my time working with Attorney Hurowitz was his gentle reminders not to lose myself in the stress of the work, and remember to find moments of fun and brevity amid the chaos and the stress. Attorney Hurowitz sat with me during my very first trial. My supervisor at the time was unable to attend, and Stuart agreed to be there for me. I remember my nervousness, the panic of having possibly forgotten something, or the fear that I missed some critical piece of evidence that would ruin my client's defense. Stuart sat with me outside the courtroom and asked me to simply tell him the story of why my client was not guilty. It was a simple exercise, but his patience and advice helped to center me. His calmness and temperament put me at ease and helped focus my mind, and his demeanor helped instill in me the confidence that I could ensure my client a fair trial she deserved. All traits I know Attorney Hurowitz can take with him to the bench if confirmed. Most recently, Attorney Hurowitz demonstrated impeccable leadership during the tragic passing of our friend and colleague, Adrian Waynes, in her office. His calls to each person in the office demonstrated presence of mind, compassion, and empathy that helped all of us, both in the office and the broader legal community, to process this deep personal and professional loss. I tell each of these stories because they demonstrate similar stories you hear from the broader legal community in Worcester County and likely other places that Attorney Hurowitz practiced. When asking members of the Worcester legal community what words or traits would best describe Stuart, I heard time and time again: intelligence, supportiveness, compassionate, and empowering. I could not agree more with these assessments, and I cannot think of qualities more desirable in a trial court judge. I'm proud to support this nomination as a friend. I'm honored to testify on behalf of a colleague, and I fully encourage this council to confirm this nomination as a justice of the Massachusetts District Court. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney. Any questions from counselors or witness? Yes, Councilor Jacobs.
I just wanted to, for both of you to give my entrance guard name. They are paid the know him for a short time and it was feeling amazing. Just wanted to start that too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Counselor. I know I had a chance to memorialize Attorney because in this chamber recently, and I know that he'd be very thrilled about this nominee as well as now Superior Court Justice Sarah Hamilton. So, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Next, I'd like to call Assistant District Attorney Lisa South.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and honorable members of this council. My name is Lisa Casella, and it is my distinct honor to speak with you this afternoon in support of Stuart Hurowitz' nomination for judicial appointment as an Associate Justice of the District Court. I've been an attorney licensed to practice in Massachusetts for 30 years. I've been a prosecutor with the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office, a defense attorney in private practice, and currently I am an assistant district attorney in Worcester County assigned to prosecute cases, including homicides and Superior Court. I give you this background because in my 30 years of practice, I have worked with hundreds of attorneys and practiced before hundreds of judges in the juvenile, district, and superior courts. I believe that the most respected and qualified attorneys possess certain qualities, namely an expert knowledge of local law and procedure, an ability to interact well with counsel and the court, and to treat other attorneys, court staff, and their clients respectfully and with professionalism, courtesy, compassion, and empathy. These are qualities that also make for a great judge, one who is expert in the law, with an ability to treat all those who appear before the court professionally, respectfully, and fairly. I can with certainty say that Attorney Hurowitz has all of these qualities. Attorney Hurowitz and I were talking about how long we've known each other, and we believe we first met in the early 2000s when he was a staff attorney with the Boston Trial Unit of the Committee for Public Counsel Services, and I was in the Suffolk DA's office. In 2010, Attorney Hurowitz and I began having cases together in Worcester Superior Court. Over the past 14 years, he and I have had many cases together in both the Superior and District Courts, and we also supervise new attorneys in our respective offices. When Attorney Hurowitz represents a client on one of my cases, I know that he will be a worthy opponent. And in addition, will always be exceptionally well prepared and professional. As you are all aware, our Superior Courts handle the most serious cases that pass through the Massachusetts court system. The district courts are exceptionally busy with very crowded dockets. In these high stakes and high pressure environments, I cannot remember a single instance of Attorney Hurowitz losing his cool. He appears daily in these courts, well prepared to address the court, well versed in the law, and having a plan on how to best approach each case. But in addition to that preparedness, he's professional, friendly to court staff, cordial to colleagues, and despite some stressful days, always keeps a level head. I have personally seen him engage with clients, and he always treats them respectfully. On a personal note, he also has a terrific sense of humor. I am certain that these qualities that Attorney Hurowitz possesses that make him an excellent attorney, namely tremendous legal experience, knowledge of the law and procedure, exceptional professionalism, courtesy, and compassion, will also make him an excellent judge. And in addition to the Massachusetts judiciary, I'm honored today to support his nomination.
Thank you, Attorney. Are there any questions from the council?
Have you seen him interact with, I'm looking at his list of supporters here, I don't see a lot of law enforcement people listed. Have you seen him interact with police chiefs and law enforcement personnel?
In the capacity, if they are called as witnesses in cases or called to testify, motions to suppress and the like, certainly I've seen him interact with law enforcement witnesses. Again, always very respectful, polite, I would not say that he is overly aggressive in any way. Very cordial, I would say to the witnesses that I've seen him interact with.
I spent 30 years in law enforcement, 9 as chief of police, and just curious, I'm glad to see that you're here today and have a high regard for him. So thank you for your service, and thank you for coming here today.
Right?
Thank you, Council. Council Kennedy.
It was good to see you. I want to see you in that seat though.
Well, I
Soon.
gladly
I'm
accept.
sending a message to the people behind me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Any further questions? Thank you very much for being here this afternoon. We appreciate your testimony. Before we hear from you, I just want to introduce the council formally. We have Councilor Joseph Ferreira.
Good afternoon.
Councilor Marilyn Petito Denani. Councilor Christopher Iannella stepped out, but is here with us today for the hearing. Councilor Eileen Duff, Councilor Terrence Kennedy, and Councilor Tara Jacobs. So I leave it to you if you'd like to introduce the folks that you brought with you today, and then if you have a statement to offer the council before we begin.
Thank you. I'll introduce them during my remarks.
Very well.
Good afternoon, members of the Governor's Council. Thank you for reviewing my credentials and devoting the time to meeting with me today, as well as the great conversations I had with many of you before today. I understand and appreciate the important work you do to be certain that we have well-qualified judges sitting in the Commonwealth. Thank you to Governor Healy and Lieutenant Governor Driscoll for doing me the great honor of nominating me. Thank you to Chief Legal Counsel H. Scott Reed and Deputy Legal Counsel Darrell Kesselheim for all your help through this process. Thank you to Valerie McCarthy and her team for your help as well. Thank you to the members of the Judicial Nominating Commission for all your hard work and diligence. Thank you to my speakers, Ben Ennington and Lisa Casella, for your kind words. Thank you to Councilor DiPaolo for being supportive of me throughout this process. And thank you to everybody else who took time to offer me words of advice or support, especially my colleagues at the CPCS Worcester Public Defender Division. I learned so much from you all and consider you all lifelong family members. Especially thank you to my family. I tell everyone my favorite and most important titles are husband and dad. I would not be the person I am without the support and love of my best friend and love of my life, Debbie, and my wonderful, brilliant children, Max and Sophia. I am so very proud of the two of them, and I'm continually excited to watch them both grow into their bright futures. So, members of the council, as thrilling as this experience is for me, there is an element of it being bittersweet. There are two people I wish could have shared this with me. As we noted, my colleague and friend Adrian Angus died way too early, too young last month. And he did hope for this almost as much as I did. And my father Benjamin, who died in May, he would love seeing this. I directly attribute my enjoyment in connecting with people to my father and mother. I hope my mother has figured out how to stream YouTube at this point. I'm doubtful. My father was in advertising sales, and my mother ran a successful personnel agency. They both demonstrated the value of hard, honest work as they were able to move my brother and I from a tiny apartment in Queens to the middle class on Long Island. And the reason they were both very good at their jobs was because they each had this innate ability to befriend people, talk to them, and make them laugh. When I was old enough to join my father after work outings, I was always amazed at how he held everyone's attention as he told incredibly detailed stories, most of them entirely false, to keep people entertained. One summer, I even got to work with my mother's agency. Not having known my mother, if there was anything other than my mother at that point, really opened my mind. Watching her work with her employees and listening to her negotiate the attention of clients drove home the lesson that none of us are truly alone. The enormity of this moment has led me to be especially reflective on my life and path. While I have plenty of stories of things that happened to me personally and professionally that taught me a lesson or brought me some insight, it has always been people that have influenced me the most. In college, it was my professor of philosophy of the law that opened my eyes to lawyers as being potential agents of change. In law school, it was my criminal practice clinic professor, Stephen Nielsen, Wendy Kaplan, and David Rosnick, that helped me bring my theory to practice. I still vividly remember my first trial in the clinic program. I remember the terror of preparation and the exhilaration of the trial, which I lost. I never imagined losing something, but still wanting to do it tomorrow, working with a real client and having a real trial courtroom. My first few years as a new public defender, I had 3 wonderful mentors explaining legal issues and cases, including the arcane ones, with ease. I had a lawyer who was always able to connect with the client in ways that allowed information and trust to flow. And I had a mentor who was always able to have the jury wrapped with attention to their OC charm. There were many more, of course, but in my early days, I absorbed as much of these 3 that I could. And I do like to think that there's so much of them in how I lawyer. And as much as there was a calling for me to represent indigent people charged with crimes and to try and make the world a better place through that, I also found myself continually gravitating to supervising and teaching. It always felt right to me to help future lawyers in the ways that I was helped along the way. Selfishly, I really enjoy it, and I always think it made me a better lawyer as a whole. But I also think it's incredibly important for lawyers to be thinking about issues, to be getting encouragement to be reflective in their own practice, to challenge themselves, to connect with the people that they're doing work for, to be reminded that we don't do this work in a vacuum, that we do this for people and communities, that it is all right to get frustrated with the work and disappointing outcomes, but not to be defeated by the frustration. I try to recognize and model that we should find enjoyment in the hard things that we do, and to be able to share laughter with colleagues when we can. That is hopefully a little bit of insight into who I am and how I think. But I also know that you want to know what kind of judge I would be if I am fortunate enough to have you vote for me to become one. To that I say, I hope to be one that is, of course, fair and impartial. One that over time does not forget what it was like to be a lawyer, or what litigants experience when they are in the courtroom, whether they are in front of the judge or waiting for their case to be called. One that is good-natured and good-humored, but never at the expense of somebody else. One that is mindful of my own unconscious bias and work to eliminate it. To make sure that the outcome I believe to be just in the moment is also just and adequate over time. One that engages to make sure I truly hear the litigants and make sure I see the whole of a person and not just the label. And that the parties, whether it be civil, criminal, whether they're represented or pro se, know that to me, they're facing the most important case in the world while I'm here. I'm one who will enjoy the work of being a judge from my first day to my life out. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We'll begin the questioning, with Councilor, typically to my right, Councilor Jacobs.
Well, hello, it's good to see you again. Thank you for coming out and meeting with me and letting me time for a really rich discussion about many things. So I do have some questions I want to ask you, but actually I want to start from sort of where you finished in your statement. Because the district court can be a very, busy, quick-paced court. And so I'd love to hear your thoughts about how you intend to, as a judge in district court, both be effective in administering justice and the kind of pace the district court demands, but to do it, what are your thoughts on how you can show up and do that work in a way that, in the other side of the bench is felt, as if people are being seen and heard, what specific things might you do?
Sure. I mean, I think the experience I have with my career as a public defender and professor helped me look at people individually all the time. And that's what you've always done, treat everybody with as much attention as I can because I'm their voice in court. It's a different perspective, but it's I think the same mindset in that that's what I'm doing. I'm focusing on one task at a time, doing as well as I can with the parties and moving to the next. I think it's also very important to be self-reflective. Talk a lot about paternal well-being, general, also be judging, have to be mindful of well-being as well. And when they find that they're, I imagine their minds are wandering, that they get afraid, make sure that you reflect on what they're doing, so that their full attention is not.
I appreciate that. I feel like it needs to be very intentional from the outset and then each day reaffirmed because it can become, as years pass, to sort of stay in that place of seeing people before you as the individual that are. I do think you're going to bring a unique experience, I think that hopefully will keep you going in that space. Your application throughout, has so much rich little nuggets throughout on your perceptions around structural racism, the bias in the courts, outcomes based on privilege. I want to focus in on one particular story that you told in your private practice versus representing those who have financial means are in a very different place than when you your private clients, but you shared a story specifically about someone who coming from a background of more economic support and privilege, the outcomes being just so distinctly different than your norm when you're representing sort of the I just want to give you opportunity to speak to that and questions from that.
Sure, so that particular case, this client was white, came from a upper middle class family, had a lot of support, even though at the time was, pretty deep, substance abuse problem. And that substance abuse problem wound up having been charged in 3 separate courts, over time. So I had in one court, another charge, another charge. And each time I was able to get him released on bail, and the outcomes I was able to give them to his court was I would suggest incredibly good. He was on probation for a short period of time, maybe more serious cases were dismissed. In my writing letter in the application, I noted that while I always think prosecutors and judges are doing their level best to be fair and impartial, and look at everybody's name. In this case, it just struck me that had this person have been a person of color or from more disadvantaged population, I was really concerned that I was not going to have the same outcome. That somehow the unconscious bias, I don't think anybody was going to overtly favor him. I think there was perhaps a concern of mine that the unconscious bias would be a little bit easier for me to get an outcome for him than I could see in my other cases.
I appreciate the awareness around that, right? Because that's stuff one is sort of like recognizing sort of what's happening on multiple levels. That's the first step towards diagnosing actually having action different outcomes going forward. And I think it was question 74, which is a question about really just asking you to articulate why you want to become a judge. And in answering that, you spoke about how you feel, and this sort of follows out of what we were talking about, but you feel that judges can help usher more equitable and fairness into the adversarial system. So I'd love to hear you articulate more about what you're talking about there, but what difference what change you could bring, or what ideally aspirationally you'd like to be.
Sure. And that speaks to a line that I was talking about. I think judges need to pay attention to sort of justice in individual cases, but also make sure it fits over time. I think a pretty clear evidence that there is a significant disparate impact on outcomes for Black and brown people in particular, or poor people in particular. And that was some of this by Justice Gans and Harvard study. And the prison population is skewed. And so if I were meeting the judge, it would be important to make sure we are understanding the impact over time our decisions really have. What we can do about that, obviously, is law. We're still a law thinker, but the framework that the HJC gave us in Commonwealth versus Guam, we talk about other challenges to protection. Certainly, I think that there could be other more creative ways to attack issues of this baked in disparate outcome that judges can take advantage of, assuming the litigants, the defense attorneys and prosecutors are raising these issues, litigating them fully. The entirety of the system who spoke on.
In the further question, you talk about how one of the strengths of the district court is that you are more able to be creative and individualized in how you handle treating an individual employee, which means incarceration or there's so many other options, diversionary options. Can you speak to that a little more?
Sure. So, particularly at the district court level, jail is not the first answer to pretty much anything there. I mean, sometimes it must be an answer, but it is not certainly the first. And so for a lot of the people the district court sees, there's this intersection of mental health issues, substance abuse issues, homelessness, where it's an issue of most resources that the court can put to it. And I think the court over the last number of years has gotten a lot better about partnering with community partners, creating specific specialty courts, whether it's veterans court or drug court, or mental health court, that also partners more strongly with probation departments and resources. And I think figuring out what's going to work for the individual in front of the court is a challenge, but something that I think the judges uniquely has a unique perspective for to do, because we can put, the goal is rehabilitation. Getting people over the issues that are weighing on them in the community. Really,
so, last question. So, I had a bunch of different possible options, but honestly, your answer leads me to a whole area that I didn't have written down, but I think is kind of a little central point there, which is the community resources, right? So you're practicing more often in Western Mass than anywhere else. I am out representing Western Mass. The resource question is the crux of where, you know, the barrier to fully availing our justice system of options when, you know, we'd love to see, you know, send somebody to some, you know, substance abuse or mental health, both of those have very limited, and in some pockets, some niche pockets of the population, literally 0 beds available, 0, you know, clinical opportunities. What are your thoughts around how we can do better in the state to, you know, have a level of equity around, you know, that's available by region to really do better? Because the opioid epidemic is just as strong, the mental health, you know, challenges are just as acute. And
so the problem is there are never enough resources for any of these things, whether it's sort of immediate beds, help somebody detox or a mental health crisis, or longer term community. About this yesterday on the phone. Both those areas need to, I think, have more resources poured into it. I'm not a legislator, I've never did that. I would hope that we can see the problem and perhaps more resources and funding to it. But when that doesn't happen, I think the courts still need to deal with it because it's still coming to the courts. And I think, again, that's why a lot of the specialty courts have arisen to kind of force, for lack of better word, resources that partly to the courts and probation departments, and some police departments, to make sure that people get some aid outside of the court system. If I had an easy solution to this, I would certainly suggest it, but I probably would have.
very much appreciate your answer. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Pereira.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So when you applied, did you apply for a certain region? What was the post for
For a certain,
region of the district court?
I think there were a number of openings at the time, district court openings, and I applied for them. Worcester having had, I think, 2 or 3 openings.
And how far outside of Worcester do you live?
That was great.
Really? You think it's important for people that become judges to be familiar with their geographical area?
I do. I think it gives better insight, particularly with things like potential resources. And other,
What's your understanding how it works now? Because it's not clear to me. It used to be that, not that long ago, the governor's office would post, we're gonna fill the Fall River post, New Bedford post, or Worcester post. And generally, that person would be assigned to that area, regional, region 1, region 2. Do you still think it works that way, that if you were to get confirmed, you would sit in that general area?
I don't know that I have the insight to tell you that. What I've heard is that Worcester has a lot of judges right now, and so I don't know that I'll wind up there as an immediate posting. But beyond that, I don't know that.
I heard you mention Commonwealth versus law. What's your experience with that, and what do you think the ramifications are?
So I've litigated a couple of Commonwealth versus long motions. I find it, I think, generally difficult to present the evidence to demonstrate whether or not there was some sort of unconscious bias that led to perhaps stop or urge. Without the statistics, and you keep great statistics on this, the Commonwealth versus long allows us to sort of look at other facts to determine whether, for a judge to determine whether or not there was unconscious bias or overt bias. I generally don't think overt bias is the problem. I think again, it's sort of disparate act over time, but people don't realize that they are perhaps using factors that they should.
So, my understanding about law versus law, and correct me if your understanding is different, but say someone has a broken tail light and they get stopped by the police. If they're of a certain color or race, do you get to have a second look at whether there was a bias involved in the case? Is that true?
Well, it's not automatic. The race of the driver doesn't necessarily get you into a Commonwealth versus long argument.
Yeah, so what are the criteria that you have to show to get a hearing?
There has to be some other factors there that you can point to the court to suggest that race had some factor in either the stop or further search.
So in your experience, what are the factors been to get a second look at whether the police had some kind of bias?
So getting the hearing and getting a ruling favorable out of the hearing is repeated things.
All right.
I have not heard, frankly, of many successful Commonwealth versus law arguments about that. To get the hearing, it tends to be some, in the case I have, the police officer pulled up the card of under his aegis term of the driver, finding out that person was a black male with a record. And so I suggested that was unconscious bias for elevating the length of the stop and ultimately the officer with the driver. I did not successfully. That would be.
So you get it, like I said, I did 30 years of law enforcement, but I haven't seen it play out in the court itself. And I'm just wondering, so in that case, it was just based on race, and you say you got a hearing, but you didn't prevail.
I did not prevail on the hearing. I will say that particular officer was fantastic. He was honest. He engaged with me a little bit on whether or not he had an unconscious bias or not. He did. And the judge, but it didn't matter.
At that point, you get to delve into the officer's history of motor vehicle stops and what is proportion of stopping different races and things like that?
You could. It didn't in that particular case, but certainly if this are available, we can use those.
What do you think of the way the Bush Commission has turned out?
Can't say I'm following them incredibly closely. I think it's important for their standards and I think having the transparency of potential discipline if those standards aren't followed. It's important for the community as a whole, but I can't say that I've been watching exactly what they're doing.
Are you familiar with the way that police departments report it to folks?
I'm not.
So I can tell you, Well, certainly that, if you look back at how many, big cities reported officers being, violated certain rules and regulations. You'll see that some large cities said 2 or 3, and some small towns said 15. Because of the way it was interpreted, what they were supposed to put in, so if someone called sick and they said, oh, the officer wasn't really sick. Or someone ran a Red Sox player license plate. Those people got reported. And some big cities, other cities, and I know this firsthand, just didn't report the officers for being untruthful. So I see that as an issue of the way it's played out and the way how some officers were unfairly targeted and certain others just got away with it. And I was just wondering if you had experience with that.
No, yeah, I don't know that I've been following it closely enough, but certainly if there's a status in how local officers in particular departments would be treated, that's something that we need to address.
We all in this room try to advocate for people in our geographical area to get more of a process. So when I call some people to whisper about you, it's usually not waiting for people in life to get the nod too. And this guy better be really good. And then like Joe, he's really, really good. You have the not approved by Brian DeAndre, the clerk magistrate over there, and others. Then when I saw your resume, I'm like, there's no way to really attack this. But you didn't have to kill all these trees.
It's the one thing I've never been is the environment.
I've never seen such a packet. So it's very well organized and you have a great amount of support. Your counsel to my left is a big supporter. You know, everything I've read about you through academia and from the DA himself to people on both all over the map in the criminal justice field. Say you have a great demeanor and I can tell that today. Sizing you up myself and glad that we can see eye to eye. Kind of physical. But I think you're gonna make a great judge and you have my support, actually.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council, for any questions. On me.
First of all, I want to thank Councilor Jacobs for being so gracious to relinquish being chair of this hearing for Councilor DePaulo. I think that was very nice. Okay, no question. So having said that, thank you for the time you've given me. I really, that's very important for me to meet you. You're probably 1,010 in my meeting, okay, from Grove with you judge and my career. And it's very important to me because I'm going to a whole person. And I want to meet with you. I want to look in your eyes. I want to know how you grew up in your family. Did you have a silver spoon in your mouth when you were born? All of that. And you met all of that criteria. So I thank you. And you got the belt of waffle, so that, you know, has nothing to do with the vote, but it's nice that you did. First of all, I want to ask you, you have applied 5 times. And, you know, I understand the process because I understand political people jump the line a lot of times. I've seen that so often in my 25 years. And sometimes good attorneys just go away and never apply again. So I want to thank you for applying. And I'm not sure she was it. Lear Ames, wonderful, wonderful. I think, I'm not sure, but I think it was 3 times that she did. So some people go by the wayside after they think they have the job and they met with the governor and someone in area gets the job, literally it turns them on. So thank you for proceeding. Now tell me, I'm curious to know, I think I can guess, in the governor's work in 2013, when you applied to the Fitchburg into the Clinton district courts.
So I think that was Governor Hatcher's.
That was Patrick. Okay, in 16, the Worcester, Woburn, Chauncey, on the district, you can say, who's the.
You're right, I think that one, I'm not even this number.
Okay, it said recommended by the JNC, it said no.
I'm sorry, so
I'm trying to think if it was still captured.
No, the last time I applied, for this one was Baker, I didn't even J&C, but it was also the end of his term and needed J&C.
A lot of them dropped off, and I've got so many calls because it was unfortunate because of the end of Bakers. There were people that really, wow, they had that judgeship. And that was the end of it. So, there's been a lot of things that I've been unhappy with. So thank you for, you know, for persisting. Now, when, you've had a lot of experience with different cases, what has been the most rewarding outcome of a case that you've had? Is there anything that stands out?
So there's no one that stands out. I mean, I always find it really rewarding when I can work with a client in a meaningful way, and get an outcome that, meets their expectations of what should happen. And all too often, clients who have, bad experiences, already court system, but when we've lived lost in for a long time, and hopefully navigate the really scary system in a way that gets them, whether it's guilty, whether it's probation, whether it's.
How about who's on
Well, I mean, I would suggest, all I do is provide as a public defender. We get your salary, but it's,
Well, your writing that you submitted was very interesting to me, especially, where it involved, a police, with the state trooper.
he was in, yes, not due station.
Yeah, tell us about that. I know, and I was, it's really interesting.
So it got complicated, but essentially it was an off-duty police officer, seeing a situation where he inserted himself, as a police officer without sufficient, probable cause to do so. And that was the thrust of the argument that the judge,
So the purpose of the hearing was,
so the motion to suppress both the statements, made by my client and the evidence that the officer.
can you explain that, how that happens? How can you, how did you proceed with that?
So, whenever there's an issue of a constitutional level like that, if we raise the issue with works and suggest that because it was a constitutional implementation of either a search or a seizure, or frankly, that violation Miranda as well, argue to the judge that because the exclusionary clause requires suppression of this information because of the violation, and especially here, I suggested to the judge that
It wasn't favorable for your client?
it was very favorable.
So what did you prove? Is there person's attorney?
So did I prove?
Yeah, how did you, I mean, disprove?
So it's actually, I don't know that I proved or disproved anything. I think I highlighted the problem with what the officer did. And that the prosecutor, the Commonwealth couldn't prove the to the judge.
I know, but.
Sure, no, that it was a permissible questioning of my client, pushing a permissible seizure with him before he began questioning.
So, in your, experience, what do you feel is the most important attribute that you can bring as a judge to the court?
So I think they're related. I think it's both compassion and listening, active listening. It's very important for judges to be able to hear and understand the arguments of all both parties, and whether they're by counsel or pro se. I think it's important to just pay attention to that.
Did you get involved in 209As?
To the extent that my clients have been accused of violating 209As, yes. Occasionally, we will also deal with the 209A if it's somehow related to another case we really have. Less.
Did you get involved this while we had the pandemic and you didn't see them in person?
I did not deal with any joint venue hearings while I was, while the pandemic was going on, though my clients were sometimes charged
The
with.
reason I say that, I was very concerned during the COVID period. Because to me, for a judge to be on the phone with someone, you know, that is being accused of that violation. My opinion, I think you should be able to see them in person, look in their eyes, see their, see how they move, see their energy to know. And that really bothered me during COVID, because there were courts that were here, 209 and, on the phone. And I thought, how could they really know if they were judging this person the right way? That person might very well have been guilty of continuing to do that. And why I was so concerned about that is, that's why I came on the council. Because I didn't know what the governance council was, I had no idea. But I had a friend that was in a relationship, a very dangerous relationship. And her boyfriend was physically abusive to the point that she gave her life. She went to court 7 times. She wanted the judge to put him away. So the 8th time, my late husband was a firefighter, he had police officer friends, so he had one of the police officers go with her. And he said to the judge, he fears for her life, $300,000. The judge gave him 200. He turned to my friend, in fear, she killed him. A week later, she was dead. She took this. It was her children. And what stayed in my mind was what the judge said to her that day. He said, you have come here, this is your 8th time, and you have taken up my time and taken up the court's time, wasted our time. That's when I found out what the governance council was about. So the strength laws are very important to me. Unfortunately, sometimes vindictiveness, they get blamed and feel it. But these real ones that took my friend's life is very concerning to me. So I don't know how many cases they have over the phone, but I did a little research and there were courts that were doing it. And we'll never know how many of them were real or not real. So I'm glad we can do it during that time, so we can have to discuss that. So, so you have been a lawyer, how many years?
34.
That's what I want. That's what I want. I wanted someone like you that has had all types of cases. You had violent cases, to this, you know, stage football, but, you know, I'm impressed with your background. I was impressed with the interview because I look for compassion and I saw that, and I saw when you talked about your family and how much that meant to you. So, I'm very pleased that you persisted and that you continue to apply, because I know there are some people out there in that court that are unqualified. If their father was a judge or their friends here or whatever, and it bothers me, and I can't do anything about it. But by the time I have here, I have voted for good people. And if I voted no, I told people, I told publicly why. Because people have to know, you just don't say no, you have to know why, and you have to have reasonable, you know. So, again, thank you for applying, and I'm very happy with the government future. And I wish you all success in the years on the bench. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Council, I know.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Now, you've been involved with the committee for public counsel service for, I don't know, 25 plus years. And you supervised a lot of young attorneys coming into the office. What do you do, excuse me, in the situation where the other judge so-and-so court is confirmed, you don't know what court you're going to. And now you have a case, so I'm operating, okay? And you don't know either side, the defense attorney or the, lawyer representing, the conflict. What do you, do if you have an inclination that the, Committee for Public Service Council, that they're involved, they're representing, what do you call it, they're representing the defense. And you know, the prosecutors, the young prosecutor, you can just tell, he hasn't been out of school long, could be his first year. And now, I'll bring in the, it doesn't prove the element of a public way. And you know, guys, you just heard the problem in your heart, you know, this guy's guilty. But you also know that the prosecutor, at least you believe, this could be just like first case, second, even around. Now, the defense attorney, files, makes an oral motion for required finding not guilty, but to prove the evidence. But as soon as he said that, the prosecutor, excuse me, judge, can I make a motion to open up the case? What do you do in that situation?
I think that they've already rested, at that point, and not putting that on the scale, like, if the motion to reopen gets denied, and, they didn't prove it, and
Now the trial's over, the defendant's been found not guilty. Day's over. Do you do anything? What's my point? Do you call the, what do you call it, the prosecutor in, hey, you're doing a great job. Do you say anything to him or let it go? So you're gonna supervise all your years and these guys screwed up, but you tell them did a good job.
So I've always appreciated when judges have, talked to me after a trial or a significant motion, and give me some feedback, and I'm certainly be open to talking to any of the
When you say open, he's not gonna come to you, he or she's not gonna come to you, would you say, hey, Joe, come here for a second.
If I don't know them, I don't know that I'm gonna necessarily reach out to them, I suspect I'm gonna be the type of judge where people will be comfortable with the company.
I think that's how it is, a guy who's nervous, it's first and second case, he's gonna, hey, Judge, when you're, for a cup of coffee, can you pull the water and talk? I doubt it.
Well, I mean, I'm hoping they have supervisors who make suggestion, I hope their person in my courtroom might make a suggestion.
You might think about it, I asked that question, I would think more often than not, people in that chair say, yeah, when the trial's over, I called the lawyer over and basically said, hey, we did a good job, but, yeah. I guess that was a proactive on the judge, because if I see it 5 years from now, I'm gonna say, hey, any of those people are coming out. And I can say, Judge, get a cup of coffee in the lobby, give me a summation of how I did it, and nobody's afraid, they're nervous.
So, I mean, maybe, I guess I'm mindful of not calling people in who don't necessarily wanna hear what I have to tell them.
I said it nice way.
Yeah, no, I
Definitely not.
But I've also said in Worcester and other counties, we have sort of advanced trial skills program where we I think demystify talking to judges with newer lawyers. And I would hope that in any jurisdiction that I'm in, that they're aware that I'm very open to talk.
Myself, I think they'd like to hear from the judge, but that's just me. What's your position on continuances?
I have to weigh it up, obviously.
Well, what was your word? Tell me, what were the factors there?
Well, I mean, I guess how cases, particularly whether or not.
What do I have to know? It's either one, but it's not a situation where the defendant is in jail, and it's no issues like that. And that's 2 years old. So that's what continuance. What factors are you going to consider?
Well, I mean, I guess I would need to know whether the reason for the continuance was.
Yeah, another case, I got another case, in another court.
It's not a trial or is it a pre-trial? I need to know the sort of status of the case.
Okay, sure. In your case, it's a trial. And let me change the hypo. Your case is a trial, and it's, I'm gonna even backtrack. Someone files a motion for continuance, and says, I'm going on vacation in a week. And A, it's an agreed upon motion. And it's been on 4 times, and the previous judge has an order of no further continuances. That's what happened.
If it's an agreed upon continuance, and your client's not in custody, that's,
Put it so, Stuart.
yeah, I mean, that seems like a new bring or the granting.
Do you make the parties commit to the court?
I know different courts have different procedures on how to advance a case like that, so I have to understand the procedure of that particular court.
So if a particular court, the judge before, like I said, has an order, no further continuance, that's the chief of that court. You just told me it's a no-brainer that you're not gonna follow the chief. But on this situation, whether to come in or not, you are gonna follow. It doesn't seem consistent.
Procedure is different than merits, I think, and the procedure of how to get something done in the courthouse is a lot to do with how the clerk's office runs. And how the.
I'm using that. What's the difference? Why is it so important for the parties to come in? You have a case in Worcester District Court, hold on. And I live in Everett, Linfield. So long, you know how long it took you to get it? Well, I'm gonna try to take that back and make sure we were, and stuff. It's gonna take an hour. I got a agreed upon motion to continue this case. And I gotta go all the way to Worcester, I gotta wait around, come all the way back, visit. I'm not on the table with all due respect, the way you are, whether you go to people like Nora, then we can pay anywhere. I don't get it, why, to me, it's a no-brainer.
So if you're asking me if I was the chief of a court, I would absolutely make people come in to do a motion to continue. But I know that the judges didn't see the file in certain courtrooms unless the procedures follow for that particular court. So it's, for example, in Worcester District Court, the judge will not see my motion to continue unless I am there shuttling it through to the courtroom. So it's not so much a decision of the judge, it's a decision of how it's not of the judge.
So you're telling me that in Worcester, if somebody files a motion, in this case, a continuance, but the judge doesn't even know about it, he's on the bench, unless the parties come in.
That's normally the way it works.
What's your feeling on that? Your personal feeling?
I would love to have spent less time waiting around in the courtroom to agree upon motion to continue.
Wow, that seems to me, you know, more courts, it's so different. In my unofficial, if I was a pollster, when I'm not, I'd say about 3/4 of the courts are, it's granted. And people don't like it when the judge says, come on in, when you gotta wait on it, guess who gets hurt? The defendant, we gotta charge him more money now, because it was that important for you to see the defense attorney and the prosecutor in person. I personally think that's crazy. I don't know. What's your position on, I'm not talking to trial, any type of motion to do it by Zoom?
An evidentiary motion or a motion just purely on legal arguments? I mean,
You tell me.
well, I would think an evidentiary motion, I would like to have, I'm gonna be a fact finder making a decision, I'd like to have personally in my court.
And why is that? Give me an example.
It's sort of how I think Counselor Delaney was talking, that I think as a fact finder, I have a better time of assessing credibility rather than proceeding.
Okay, what about, case management? You get a status of the case.
And that, again, to me, I think attorney time is really important for them to manage, and if it's a case management, pre-trial, frankly, even if it's a legal argument, over June, I think would be fine for me.
Yeah, I can see a trial, if you want to come in person. I'm just trying to get a sense, what you all, I mean, how that's a good experience. Would you ever go to the chief and say, chief, anyway, he considers, I know I'm the new guy on the block, just became in charge for the last 6 months. But I've had a couple of cases with continuances, I know that's your policy. Is that something that we could be flexible, or you could be flexible, you ever do that, or?
I've never been shy about talking to people above me about what I think.
Is that something you might do? If you go to a court, because you could be in this court, that court, this, was that something you might do? No, at least I'm getting the impression that you feel like me, that continuances, especially where it's agreed upon for both sides. That's something you think you go to, chief.
I would have no problem talking to the first justice or the chief about it and what effect it will have. Certainly not something I hesitate to do.
Okay. I think that's it. I think that's all the questions. We clearly have the experience. But again, just be cognizant of those people who work for themselves, the sole practitioner. Remember, you didn't have to worry at your present job about paying rent, paying the secretary, the paralegal, the lights. These people who work for themselves, it's a struggle out there, it's tough. We all know with inflation and everything else, everything costs more. So sometimes it's tough for these attorneys to make it, it's difficult out there. And, you know, I hope you at least think about it. I don't have any further questions. Your counsel has been great. I mean, he's the strongest on the debate. On your behalf. No, I agree, you know, I would say, the councilor to follow was a strong support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Counselor. Counselor Duff.
Thank you. I reiterate that he is a very strong supporter of yours. And, also what Councilor Ionella just said is, you know, the sole practitioner faces different challenges than a CPCS attorney who faces their own challenges, of course, of time and financial constraints, but then attorneys for a big firm. And what they are going to request and need sometimes are real things. And they need them and they request them because that's how they best represent their clients. And for a judge, that's probably, to his point, I think one of the most important things you can be cognizant of. You know, I've heard these fellows say, and when we had female attorneys here as well, over the years that, you know, it's hard to be in two places at once. And it's also hard when you get somewhere and then you've got to wait a long time for your client's case to be heard. I mean, someone's got to get paid for that time. And a lot of times these clients, you know, it's a financial strain on them. So I backed him up on that. It's very important to know that, because you're going to be in the people's court if you go send to the bench. I'm a big fan of CPCS, everybody knows that. I don't think the attorneys that are paid enough. I don't think the ADAs are paid enough. But you guys really are doing your own work, and I appreciate it. I found, I'm not gonna, you know, go over everything we talked about. We had a robust conversation, and my colleagues have done a great job asking me questions. I do want to say that this very last case that, in your application, Commonwealth versus NS, this to me is an absolutely fascinating case. So, you know, you clearly, you know, as I've said many times, you know the law, you know how to use Westlaw, you know how to look things up like that. I think Councilor Jacobs already touched on a lot of the issues that I'm concerned about, which she is as well, you know, the lack of beds and programs for folks who are addicted that need them. It will be a continuous fight, I think, that we have in fight indeed, because I don't think it's the top of mind issue anymore. I do want to ask you, and you did speak a little bit about it, what's your experience working with folks in the LGBTQ plus community?
So I've had several clients, in a variety of different types of cases. I have both in custody, jails, as well as out of jail. There are obviously some unique issues that go along with that. And we'll be talking about there's gonna be seeing who were ensure that they are addressed by their correct pronouns, by the correct meaning. Like in the case I wrote about in my application where physically transitioning along with it to match their gender identity. So it's not allowed in that aspects of it.
And these are very challenging issues for many of us, but they're real issues. I'm not mostly, but I am gravely concerned about our youth. That, the intersection of LGBTQ youth living on the streets and becoming crime involved, is something we need as a society, I believe, to do better at. And as a judge, you do have some ability to maybe, I don't know if you can really change the trajectory of somebody's life, but to try to. It's very hard for these young people if they've been rejected at home, if they don't feel safe in a foster home or in a homeless shelter. And they're on the streets. It's a very dangerous world to be in, and it, as you all know, I mean, I'm telling you something you all know, but it can propel itself into crime, into drugs, into addiction, into prostitution, into many things that, no good comes from, as they say. How about the disabilities community? Have you ever represented a client or had interactions with clients who are either physically or mentally disabled or challenged in some capacity?
Yes. All of the above. I mean, I had people, older individuals in wheelchairs. I've had more clients diagnosed with some sort of significant mental health issues than I can count. Deaf clients, substance abuse, clients.
Yeah.
It raises different issues, obviously, challenges, but particularly for attorneys, it really means a lot of extra work to make sure that they understand the partnership and having the attorney do this scary process. And I think the judge is also really important. That makes some really great judges who are able to.
I think a lot of our judges and chiefs are doing a really great job is with everything on the plates to address some of these issues. I do have concern that, not enough of our public buildings, including our courts, are as accessible as they should be, not just for, mobility, but eyes and ears as well, because as you and I spoke about, it's not them that are disabled, it's us. It's all of us. We're aging. We will lose some of our abilities, and I think we just need to do better. And the more people who are sitting on the bench are aware of it, you do have some ability to advocate for those changes. And again, it's just, I say some of these things aloud just so we're saying them aloud, so people hear it over and over. The last group of folks, and we talked a little bit about this, is, I grew up with a sister who had Down syndrome. And if you met her, you immediately could tell she had a disability. I can tell you because I was her guardian and we spent a lot of time together. We did a couple of cross-country road trips and things that I am sure on more than one occasion, she snitched a Snickers bar or something at, the 7-Eleven or something like that. And, the thing is, yeah, we got all in and it's cute and everything, but it's not okay. And so there were many conversations, we had with her. Some folks like that, either with that type of challenge or maybe on the spectrum, may commit a crime, maybe not as serious, maybe more serious. And it's hard for them to understand sometimes what's actually why it's a crime or it's not okay. And have you any experience with that?
Yes, I mean, sometimes you can tell in the police report when it's a situation like that, some officers are really good at picking up those levels. But other times it's a matter of sitting with the client and figuring out, just by the sheer time of spending talking to them, that there is perhaps whether there are obviously just minorly or something more significant. And then I think those particular cases also having a really good relationship with prosecutors makes a little bit of difference because of defense attorney is able to explain it to a prosecutor and demonstrate it. I think there's often cooperation there, the right thing.
And that's what we want. I always say it doesn't absolve you of crime, but it does mean that you need to be treated differently sometimes, and the punishment should suit the crime in the circumstance of the person that committed the crime, which is a little bit different. I'm not black and white on some of this stuff, which is also hard for a lot of the judges, because you're kind of given, you can do this or you can do that. And so what I like, and I think we talked a little bit about this, is, when you are able to have some creativity in your sentencing, and you might be able to, and you might not, you might try it and you might get struck down. But, I like big, bold ideas. I like people who will try new things. That's how we learn, that's how we grow, and sometimes they don't work, and sometimes they do work. And, I thank you for your work with CPCS. I think it's very, very important work, and, that's all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councilor Kennedy.
I know we have an hour.
I was hoping for more.
You said, were you doing a clinical program about influence already?
Yeah, so he and I co-taught, one L experiential learning.
Are you still doing
This is the first semester we're not doing it, he's being.
it? Is he still there?
He's still there, but he's heading toward.
I graduated 41 years ago from DC, he taught me. We've been there a long time. A long time. Just to follow up on something Council Iannello said about continuances, he kept saying, well, it's agreed upon, it's agreed upon. What if it's not agreed upon?
Again, I'm of the mind that attorneys know their time and know their cases, and if you're asking for a continuance and your client's not in custody, then I'm likely to grant it.
Have you ever heard the term justice with dignity and speed?
I've heard it.
It's the mission statement of the trial court. I asked Ralph Ganstaff when he was here one time, he said it sounded familiar. You know this, and I know that Lisa knows this, right now there's a big push on, especially in the district courts, time standards. It comes around every 4 or 5 years, all of a sudden everybody's pushing, we're gonna get these cases done in a certain amount of time. We gotta get them done, that they're outside time standards, we can't give continuances because it's a year and a day as opposed to a year. How do you feel about time standards?
So as a defense attorney who often works with prosecutors, I think we know our cases, lawyers know their cases well, they know when they're ready for trial and when they're ready for hearings. And I think we appreciate it as lawyers and judges recognize.
You need more time.
That's not ready for whatever reason.
Right. It's, I quoted that statement, justice with dignity and speed, because all of a sudden speed is, trumping justice and dignity. It's just about moving cases, period. And I don't think that's how a criminal justice system should work at all, okay? I'm probably one of the biggest offenders in terms of time standards. And it's not intentional because I'm busy. You're gonna get a lot of pressure when you're on the bench. To move cases, move cases, move cases. That first justice of that court that you're sitting in is gonna be really mad at you when you continue the case. It's outside of the time standard. You're gonna push back.
People are often always mad at me.
Me too. That's how.
So
We're not fighting about it at home,
right.
okay? We're fighting about it at work.
If you're hiring me to do this job, I'm gonna do the job that I think is just. And if the just answer is that the case needs to be continued, that's what you need to do.
I showed up in the court one day about maybe 6-8 months ago. And I was with counsel for Hurowitz. It was his case. I was assisting him in the case. And I needed a continuance. We needed a continuance. You know why we needed a continuance? Because we had to be hearing. Okay? We had some hearings on. And the judge, who's relatively new, said, and he'll tell you this, I'm sorry, Mr. Kennedy, if you want a continuance, you have to go down to the first justice, that's her rule. And I said, no. I said, bring a jury up, we'll get it done by 12. And we did, okay? Because she denied it. So there was no point, just bring it up right now. But to me, it's just silly that you don't take an oath to uphold time standards. You take an oath to uphold the Constitution. And upholding the Constitution is making sure that the lawyer's ready, because if he's not, that's a different issue. And it's making sure that, if he's telling you if he's ready or not, he or she, okay? And it's making sure that, it's done in a timely manner, but time standards shouldn't be trumping justice in the area. That judge later on, when I talked to him a couple of months later, he said, I never let that happen again, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do, just no. You know, and you should, you're not there to follow local rules that you refer to, you're there to be a judge. Period. And you'll be voting for you next week. And, Councilor DePaul did jump in and he, muscled, Councilor Jacobs out of the way because he wanted to hear, because they thought, was very important to him, he had very overlapping districts, he was supposed to hear, because you're in, Council Jubil's district, I believe, or what would have been his district. So I think he can be a great judge. I'll vote for him next week.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Councilor. Good afternoon. Heard a lot today from my colleagues. So I'll just put a point on a couple of things I heard. First off, Councilor Ferreira, I think like most of my colleagues, is a tremendous advocate for his region, and I appreciate that very much. He brought up, his background and he brings value to this council as having a career in law enforcement. It's one of the reasons, that it's great to see in this copious packet of letters, many ADAs, retired ADAs, folks who've been elevated to the bench. I saw Justice Hodgins on there, and including a letter from our own district attorney in Worcester, Joseph Early. And I'm really grateful to this governor to be making appointments that are bringing a little bit of balance that wasn't always there between prosecutorial backgrounds and defense attorney backgrounds. And I know that there's outstanding attorneys in the application pool from District Attorney Early's office, and I'm sure from other district attorneys' offices across the Commonwealth. So I'm very grateful to the governor and to the chief legal counsel and deputy legal counsel for bringing balance to their decisions and their nominations. And the other thing I just want to highlight is something that my colleague Councilor Devaney mentioned, is you've applied multiple times. Many attorneys come to me asking about the status of their application, advice about their application. And the whole process is fraught with uncertainty and with self-consciousness, wondering how folks are interpreting their application, wondering what they are in the process. And it's what I constantly iterate is that it's a long process, it's a patient process. And many of our very best judges do not get through the first time online. So it does take multiple times for a lot of folks. And even the folks who do somehow get through it on the first time, it's a laborious process, as it should be, because as much as we'd love to see seats filled instantly, we know that it's incumbent on the governor's office and legal counsel office to be conducting diligence and giving us the very best people who are going to be there in many cases for decades. It's no secret I've been a supporter of your nomination. You're not my nominee per se. You residing in District 2, which is vacant right now after Councilor Jubal became court magistrate. But I certainly look forward. It'll be my honor to put forward your nomination when we do meet for assembly, and I do intend to vote in the affirmative. And with that, this hearing is.
I want to congratulate newly approved Chief Justice Cindy Blake. Paul, you've been approved for about 3 hours now. How you doing on the job? You messing up yet? Okay. We're gonna start this hearing. My name is Terrence Manning, I'm a host counselor. And I'm gonna read a letter dated October 23rd, 2024. The Executive Council. Dear councils, I am pleased to nominate Chauncey B. Wood to the position of Associate Justice of the Appeals Court. I submit this nomination to the advice and consent of the Executive Council pursuant to Part 2, Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Sincerely, Mara T. Bealey. T's for I never asked.
Jason.
Okay. We're gonna start with you. Going around the room introducing all your friends and family and colleagues and whatever other stragglers came in.
Sure. So, my father, Charles Wood, my stepmother, Margaret Bacon.
Congratulations. For you too.
My wife, Lisa Kavanaugh, right here, CPCS. My sister, Carolyn Wood. These are members of my firm. More members of my firm over there, an alumna of my firm, who will be speaking, there is she, the Honorable David Lowy, back here, who will be my first speaker, and Liz Dembitzer, sort of like my boss at CPCS, my good friends over there, Jeff Kleinman and Emily. Is that everybody? So, and I'm very lucky to have the new Chief Justice, Amy Blake here, as well as the members of the governor's staff.
I'm just going to introduce the councils that are present: Councilor Ayala, Councilor Duff, Councilor Paulo, Councilor Jacobs, and Councilor Demand. All right. We're going to call you first witness, the Honorable David Lowy, retired.
Thank you.
Let's not make this like one of your decisions that goes on for 17,000 days. Well, I've managed to get through a couple of them, still working.
Like, Attorney Wood, presentations to the court, it'll be cogent, it'll be effective, and it will recognize the importance of everyone else who be speaking,
Well, you know what the most important law you folks have held, right? Law of revenue.
Counselor.
Okay, you take as much time as you want.
I will be brief, but it's really an honor for me to be, before this body, again. I testified countless times before this body, and I've had 3 hearings before it. And every time it has been a pleasure. I just saw in my peripheral vision, Councilor Ayala, who first voted to me in 1997. And I wish that the public had an opportunity to appreciate the awesome responsibility that the Governor's Council has and the seriousness with which you take that awesome responsibility. It's really a testament to a system that we have governor's counselors who recognize the obligation and carry it out. The amount of time and effort that goes into every nomination is really remarkable. I think people would be shocked at the amount of time and assiduousness and commitment that each council makes to every nomination. So as far as Attorney Wood is concerned, he is a tremendous lawyer. He's a beautiful writer. His arguments before the Supreme Judicial Court were always on message. He answered the questions, not like you turn on the TV and watch Meet the Press where the guests will answer whatever question they want to answer rather than the one that's posed. He was always, somebody who, when he was arguing before the court, you could completely trust his research, and you could completely, trust his, advocacy. But I'm not going to focus on that. I'm going to focus on the 1 month I spent with him in Salem, trying a first-degree murder case. Because over the course of the month, you get to know someone. And you have an opportunity to be able to get a feel for somebody's intelligence and somebody's level of preparation. But way more important than that is integrity shown through every single day. And whenever the attorneys might be arguing before the court and maybe drift off message, Attorney Wood would bring the issue right there. And the alacrity with which he would grasp the issues was just amazing. Let me close my remarks with a couple of comments about his commitment to the law. We all, I hope, understand and recognize the importance of the role of a criminal defense lawyer in not only affirming the constitutional rights of the particular defendant, but the reality is that criminal defense lawyers protect and enhance all of our liberty. They keep the government honest. They put the government to its burden of proof. And Attorney Wood recognized that solemn responsibility brilliantly. But he did more than that. With his amicus work and some of the motions for new trial he has helped move the law in this Commonwealth in important ways. Those of us who are involved in criminal law recognize the importance of the case of Commonwealth versus Atchison, where there's an issue of who is the first aggressor, an issue of defense, and specific instances of conduct of the victim's history of violence are now admissible, helping resolve self-defense cases in a fairer way. Just had a very important case, Commonwealth versus Rinaldi, that dealt with Dalbert Lanigan hearings, expert witness testimony that's constantly cited and so important to make sure that gatekeeper reliability is handled in a way that's fair to everyone before the court. Because when you're dealing with expert testimony, sometimes that expert testimony can overwhelm a jury if gatekeeper reliability isn't taken seriously. And then, my goodness, his involvement in Commonwealth versus Long, where there was a recognition that Commonwealth versus Law just wasn't enough to make sure that we could take into account some of the perniciousness that flows from stocks of Black people and people of color. And when there's a challenge to a pretext based on race, that as sublime as Chief Justice Ireland's drafting of Laura was, it just wasn't able to address the issues of racial profiling and discrimination that manifests itself all too often in Northern Ireland. So I close by telling you that we could not do that for our appeals court, and that the people of the Commonwealth, Chief Justice Blake, will be great deals should we decide to confirm that very important nomination.
Thank you, Justice Slower. Councilor Devaney.
Thank you. How nice to see you. You know I'm your biggest fan. I voted for you 23 years ago, and I'm just saying it. You look great. And I voted twice, and my proudest votes. And I just want to thank you for all your service And, I'm still trying to get people who can do it with authority to change that 70, because it's crazy. I mean, if you can be a recall judge at 75, but you have to retire at 70, tell me how that makes sense. Doesn't make sense to me. But anyway, having said that, now, how many years have you held this nominee?
Oh, I would say, 10, maybe. I have to admit, I knew of him before I knew him. He has a reputation, in the men's car as one of the leaders of the somebody you can go to, for advice and counsel if you're an attorney. And I saw the way he interacted with the prosecutor in the case, Gene Curran, when we were together for a month, and it was never personal with him, it was never about him, and he showed to the prosecution team was something that they couldn't help but notice that he was.
What would you say, and it's difficult to say one attribute that you bring to that?
The love of the law. He loves the law, and I think that's why we saw some of the most important cases of the last 5 years. Actually, goes back a long time, but some of the most important cases we've seen in the last 5-10 years have Chauncey Wood.
With his resume was remarkable, but I want to tell you what's remarkable. People that attended today, you know the process. We vote in public assembly, and the district councilor gives us the date and the time. Well, it was changed just a few days ago. You got all of these people at that late time with a change of time and date. And you got you. I just can't believe this, and I want to thank you all for coming, and it's so well deserved. And I'm so happy to see you, and thank you for coming. There's no words to say how much your testimony means a lot, and what an honor for you to be here to speak for this moment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions?
Well, I just want to say, Your Honor, I have seen you since you retired, and want to thank you for this, you were remarkable for us. And, I wish you were still on, but thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you, Counselor. I very much appreciate that, and I did enjoy that once again.
We'll do it again. We'll do it again.
How about the
Do it again.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, Justice Sloan. The next witness is Attorney Meredith Sheep, am I saying that right? Special Assistant to Chief Justice Kimberly Budd. That sounds like a lot of work.
Be correct. Good afternoon, everyone. Such a pleasure to be here. It's a tough act to follow. Certainly don't have the resume or the familiarity with all of you as the first speaker, but I'm honored to give it a try and do my best. I am so pleased to be here to be able to recommend Chauncey to you all. So I have known him for just about, I'd say 10 years now, which is about maybe 30% of Chauncey's legal career, about 80% of mine. Sorry to put those numbers before you. And I came across Chauncey's firm with Nathanson when I was looking to branch out into appellate work after several years as a trial attorney in DCS. And Wood Nathanson is a small firm that, as you just heard, has a really large impact. Not only do they win cases, but their cases shape and advance the practice of law in Massachusetts. Justice Lowy mentioned a couple of them, and I have them written down as well. If you ask any criminal practitioner about adjutant, Moore, Tucker, these are legal victories that are now codified into the rules of criminal practice. They are cases that attorneys use every day in court, at every trial. Not, I think, just any firm, in my experience, can leave such a mark on the practice of law. And Chauncey's role in driving that kind of legal innovation and his hard work cannot be understated. And it's against this backdrop that I threw in my own application all those years ago to join this illustrious group, and I found it very intimidating, and what's worse, they hired me. So then I really had to show that I can handle it and I could keep up. And I've never told Chauncey this story, but my first case there, as an associate, you get paired with one of the partners, and I was assigned to work with him. And when you meet Chauncey, and you spend, even spending an hour with him, it's clear he's a very intense lawyer. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but he is meticulous in his work. He's tireless. He approaches every case with the same level of care and effort, maximal. And you can send him an email with, an idea, a few sentences of an idea or a short paragraph, and he will respond to you with a 3-page, single-spaced email citing areas all over the transcript, explaining the pros and cons of the idea you just submitted to him, and then end it with, what do you think? So, it's fair to say Chauncey taught me to do my research, and to be prepared, and it has served me well since then. So my first assignment, I was assigned to work with Chauncey on a new case, first degree murder case. And I emailed the only other partner there at the time, and suggested maybe it's a better fit for me if I work with him instead. And he very tactfully declined my request and said I'd be fine. And looking back on it now, I find it very funny to think that I was going for you. It has been a real gift. Chauncey has been one of the best supervisors, mentors, and colleagues that I've had the privilege of working with, and I've been very privileged to work with some very, very fine supervisors and mentors. His work ethic is high because he takes his role as an advocate very seriously, and he expects as much from his associates, which is fair enough. But what really stood out to me after having gone from Davidson is how Chauncey really empowered me to do the work that he was asking of me. He trusted me from the beginning, supported me very much, encouraged and aided in my professional development, and really just helped me become a better lawyer. And not just me. In a profession that is very much still dominated by men, I have to note that Chauncey and his firm have helped advance the professional careers of so many women, many more in this room, and women of color. Perhaps it is second nature to him living with such remarkable women as his brilliant lady Lisa, and his two incredible daughters who are here, not here today. But as much as Chauncey has shined in this role as mentor, I think he's always really looking to improve himself as well as others. Chauncey is a very curious thinker, and I think you like to have people like that on the bench. The law, of course, is not static. Industry, technology, the environment are all changing around us. But Chauncey brings not only his professionalism, his work ethic, and his skill to the judiciary, he brings this level of work like this. And although he has technically been in private practice for the last 3 decades, in reality, I think Chauncey has always really been a civil servant. Almost all of the firm's cases are federal and state indigent defense cases that have been since the time I worked there and before I worked there. Not to mention the very bright example he has set by logging. I have to imagine some of the most pro bono hours of any attorney currently licensed in Massachusetts. Put Chauncey's professional drive in a big law setting, and I'm pretty confident he could walk speak himself explain out. But he doesn't do that. He's working in indigent defense and has devoted his career to that until now. In sum, I consider Chauncey a gem. I'm so thankful to have been able to work with him, and I would recommend you vote in favor of him going into the bench, and I will welcome any questions.
I have to tell you, the testimony was at least more fun than at least. I'm just saying.
Here, let's see.
Yes, it was. Don't worry, I'll let them know I said that. Does anybody have any questions? Councilor Devane?
Your testimony was tactful, and I very really appreciate that. It was professional and personal, and I love that. So how many years did you work with? 2 years. So, what, those 3 years, what if you being a better attorney? What did you learn?
I think I learned a lot about working on behalf of clients. Of course, that's can be a very difficult skill to learn as a litigator. You have to with experience to learn something along the way. But really also, Chauncey taught me how to practice. I work now essentially in the role of a career clerk, but I never clerked after law school. I never served as a law clerk prior to that. So all of my appellate experience will mean competitive with the job I have now.
When you bring a lot to that position, the thing, the testimony really means a lot.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And that'll close the witnesses in favor of the nominee. We've done by who? We're gonna call witnesses in opposition. Right there?
Yes.
And hearing none, we'll turn the floor over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councilors and Chairman. Thank you for your time today, considering my nomination and all the time you've spent in preparation for this hearing. I'm honored and humbled by the confidence Governor Healy and Lieutenant Governor Driscoll have shown in me in nominating me to serve as an Associate Justice of the Appeals Court. Thank you to the members of the Judicial Nominating Commission and the Governor's Legal Office for their important work vetting judicial candidates. Thank you to Valerie McCarthy and her team for keeping this process running smoothly. Thank you also to Justice David Lowy and Meredith Shee for being willing to speak on my behalf today. Finally, I'm delighted to share this day with my closest family and friends, including my father, Charles Wood, my stepmother, Margaret Bacon, my sister, Carolyn Wood, and my wife and partner, Lisa Kavanaugh, a career public defender who currently serves as the director of the CBCS Innocence Program. Lisa is a brilliant lawyer, a deeply kind, empathetic, and supportive spouse, and as a role model to our daughters, a spectacular parent. Alas, our daughters Carter and Isabel could not be here today. Carter, a junior at Hamilton College, is studying abroad in Spain. Isabel, a high school senior and the captain of the soccer team, is leading them in a must-win game to make the playoffs. It's been a highlight of our lives to get to raise two fierce, strong, and confident young women who are already deeply committed to making the world a better place. Sadly, the single greatest force in my life, my mother, Elizabeth Wood, did not live to see this day. On the day of my nomination, both my sister Carolyn and my wife Lisa separately reminded me that she would have been immensely proud of this moment. My parents raised my sister and me in rural Woodstock, Connecticut, a small town filled with apple orchards, dairy farms, and lots of very old houses. My mother was a person of fierce moral conviction. She argued passionately about the issues that mattered most to her, both at the dinner table and in town meetings. She also personally taught me how to write clear, analytical prose. I share two short stories about her that I think explain how I came to be here. First, she loved to tell the story of how I had decided I would be a appellate judge. When I was 7, we were watching a prom night on the CBS Evening News, as one does. He explained that the Supreme Court had ordered President Nixon to release his private tapes discussing the Watergate scandal. I asked my mother how the Supreme Court could order the president to do something if the president was in charge. She said that in this instance, the Supreme Court had the last word. I said, well, then, I would be on the Supreme Court. Well, this is a silly story. It delighted my mother, and she told it often. And looking back, I think it gave me an organizing principle for my life. Second, my mom's life had a dramatic arc. She grew up in desperate poverty. She was born in 1932, the height of the Depression, to poor parents in Dodge City, Kansas. She was bright and became the first person in her nuclear family to graduate from college, the College of Concordia in Kansas. From there, she moved east, securing prestigious jobs as a manuscript librarian at a famous museum in Delaware, where she met my father, staff librarian. After they married, they moved to Woodstock so that my father could launch a small business selling rare books. They bought a tired 18th century house on the town green and restored it to its original condition, complete with pumpkin-colored paint. My mother stopped working to raise me and my sister and help my father with the business. It was a success. My father still runs it today, nearly 60 years later. Together, my parents built what was, for my mother, a prosperous and magical life far from her past. But then, in 1980, my parents divorced when my mother was 48 years old. My father provided an equitable financial settlement. Nevertheless, the divorce came as a terrible shock to my mother, a trauma from which she never recovered. When she tried to return to the workforce as a librarian, she was alarmed to find that she could not get a job, in part because she'd been out of the workforce for so long. She never regained the professional stature she had achieved in the 1960s and eventually succumbed to dementia. Reflecting on the arc of my mom's life, I thought often about the profound impact that severe emotional trauma can have on people. I devoted my entire legal career to thinking about fighting for the most unpopular and powerless among us, a population rife with trauma. I think I got that idea from watching my mother's fierce idealism and her latest struggles. I've had the great honor of building a law practice devoted to defending individual human beings in extreme crisis. My clients reflect the remarkable diversity of modern America. While they tend to be poor people of color, I've represented people from across the socioeconomic spectrum, reflecting the complex racial and ethnic tapestry of 21st century Massachusetts. I served as a public defender and as a bar advocate in the district court, superior court, and appellate courts. I've also handled federal criminal appointments. My deep experience is in post-conviction challenges to state court murder convictions. I've had the privilege of building and working in a law firm that seeks to provide client-centered representation of the highest quality. This requires to understand our clients' lives deeply. And to do that, I've tried to practice aggressive empathy virtually every day for nearly 30 years. I've also had the chance to think systemically about how we provide legal help to poor people charged with crimes in Massachusetts. I served on the board of directors of Suffolk Lawyers for Justice for 10 years. During that time, the board revised the application process in order to both diversify and improve the quality of the bar advocate panel. Some might ask how I would handle the switch from criminal defense lawyer to judge. I'm going to be frank. As has been stated, I'm an intense guy. I've been focused on the project of indigent criminal defense for many years. I brought energy and passion to that project every day. I understand that the job of a judge is different. I have to provide an unbiased hearing to all parties and make a fair and just written decision. I will bring the same energy and passion to this new project if I'm fortunate enough to be confirmed. Most importantly, I understand that the appeals court is a collaborative body. I'm excited to tackle the important work of the appeals court together with the other remarkable justices on the court. Over the course of my career, I've learned to listen to and collaborate with others, including my clients, the SLJ Board of Directors, and my MACTL, Massachusetts Association of Criminal Defense Lawyer, Amicus Committee co-authors. I understand that when I listen to and learn from others, my work is better. I'm also aware there are many topics on the appeals court docket that will be new to me. I am confident that I can learn these topics because, first, I'm inherently curious, but also because I have constantly had to learn new material in my criminal practice, such as advances in science and technology. Finally, I am excited to draw on and learn from the remarkable breadth of knowledge and experience of my colleagues on the appeals court. If I'm fortunate enough to be confirmed, I'm going to work hard to master the facts and the law in every case I hear in order to reach a fair and just decision in collaboration with my colleagues. Thank you for your attention. I will end.
Thank you. On to the follow.
Thank you, Counselor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for the time you spent talking with me. I enjoyed our conversation. As a former educator, I'm very interested in trauma-informed education in particular, but in our justice system as well. And I'm very apparent that you are sensitive to those needs as well. I just wanted to ask a couple questions. Some that we touched on, some that we didn't. In your application, I always look to the question about what you think about how the discretion of the judge should be exercised. The closing sentence in your response said to consider the short and long-term consequences of depriving the defendant of liberty. And I realize, of course, your role on appeals court is different than a sentencing judge. But I'm wondering if you could expand upon what the long and short-term consequences of depriving a defendant of liberty, how that would, in your estimation, or how it should factor into sentencing decisions.
Thank you for that question. Councilor Powell. first of all, I want to reiterate what you just made. As an appeals court judge, it's very, very rare that I would actually be faced with that sort of issue. As other appellate court judges know better than me, the challenges are very narrow, constitutional challenges. Having said that, a brief answer to your question would be, I spend a lot of time with my clients in prison. Sometimes I've had clients die in prison. I've had clients get out of prison after 10, 20, 30 years in prison. And so I just have a lot of empirical and human experience with people and with their families. And I've come to see on a personal human level the consequences of incarcerating people, sometimes short-term consequences, sometimes long-term consequences. And that's a separate question from moral justification for the incarceration. It's simply a recognition of, I think, the fact that incarceration causes painful harm to not only the defendant, but people around America.
Thank you, I appreciate hearing your perspective on that. Again, you spoke and we spoke about, you just kind of alluded to, and we spoke about folks who've been exonerated after serving long terms in incarceration. And we were able to speak briefly on what in the system allows that to happen, what improvements or tactics could be used as we move forward in the effort of continuing improvement in the system.
Our conversation yesterday was very enjoyable, and I gave you a very long answer.
It doesn't have to be that long today.
I'm sensitive to that. You somehow been a third hearing today, and I know nobody wants to hear that long answer. My very brief answer is that the innocence community has started to develop a large amount of data. And it's in very simple terms, we've started to have something to study and figure out what are the most common causes of wrongful convictions. And one thing we've all learned is that identifications are the leading cause of wrongful convictions. And this is not, there's no bad actor. This is important to understand. There's no bad actor in a misidentification. It's simply a mistake. And I think society did not understand how common that was until we started studying it. And society is the legal system is already self-correcting. Massachusetts has been a leader in adopting remedies. Chief Justice Gantz, rest his soul, was the leader in creating a commission to study this issue. And that commission issued a report, and Chief Justice Gantz was a leader in adopting that report quite aggressively and directing lower courts to change their practices in concrete ways, reflecting the science. So we have to follow the science. And the simplest thing to say, how do we make things better in the future? Follow the science.
I was very impressed with everything I've heard about you and read about you and in our conversation. I'm excited about you joining the appeals court and the diversity of experiences that we have there. We have someone with a juvenile background potentially coming on soon. So I'm not going to take our time with any further questions. I look forward to supporting the conversation. Thank you. Thank you, Council.
Council, Paul knows something we don't know, somebody else come on soon.
That's a Jake, I know, kid. That's a Jake.
Hello.
First off, I want to once again say thank you for coming out. We had a very long conversation that traversed many different topics, and I very much enjoyed it. And it went on so long, so I hope you both enjoyed it equally.
I did.
I actually want to start. When we have nominees, we receive outreach in various forms. We get calls and, the person very well texts and sometimes emails. And I did receive an email on your behalf that is unusual in that it is a first for me. So I just want to read the email and the title is regarding nominated attorney for judge. Dear Governor's Council Chair. I am writing in regards of tomorrow's debrief. This is Amos Dawn from MCI Norfolk. who performed the spoken word poetry at the Cambodian Heritage Month that you attended. This is a bittersweet moment for me due to the fact that my attorney, Chauncey Wood, has been nominated to become an appeal judge. As much as I want to express what happened to me now, I'd love to share the sweetness of my attorney becoming potentially a judge. His last visit with me in September gave me hope when he stated, "The truth shall set you free." Today, with a reformed mind, I would like to highlight Chauncey Wood as a judge who believes the truth shall set one free. Our justice system has made a criminal justice reform action by nominating Chauncey Wood. Until next time you meet, I bid you well. Sincerely, please. That's first. I've never seen that. And it says, I think it says, on many levels, it says a lot. So Anne, I want to share that with you, but also.
This is appeal to no well.
Maybe it's so bad. But it does, it says, it speaks to, it gives truth and light to the words in your application and the conversations you've had about the relationships that you have and the experiences you've had and the work that you've done. So I wanted to share that, it really meant a lot to me to receive it and I really value that. But Councilor DiPaolo alluded to my first area that I really wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about, which is about your particular expertise and practice area as an additive to the appeals court, your thoughts around the diversity point of view that you'll be bringing to the court and what you think the strengths or possible challenges of that will be.
Thanks for that question. I think it's fair to say that the criminal defense bar has been incredibly supportive of me. And I want to actually quote Justice Francis Neely, that nobody was here alone. And the criminal defense community was watching my nomination and lifting me up. And it's been important to that community because, as a simple matter of fact, there have not been any pure criminal defense lawyers on the appeals for SJC, with the exception of Justice D'Angelo, who was elevated to the bench, I believe, in 2002. And so that's a statistic that the criminal defense bar is aware of, and people remind me of that. And so I feel that I, am carrying a lot of weight. And I think that very simply, that's a valuable perspective. It's not an infallible perspective. It's not the point that defense lawyers are right and prosecutors are wrong. That's not the point. The point is that it's a perspective. And the more perspective, the better. And what I would say is the more diversity we have of all types on any collaborative body, the better.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. There's a couple of it's an interesting time. I'm gonna get to my last, which also touched on briefly in the prior remarks. I really follow science, but my question had to do with we talked a lot about cutting edge science and how as science evolves, so too does justice need to evolve in its own appreciation for the science, applications of the science, and the outcomes associated with that greater knowledge. So I want to give you an opportunity to speak to what you hope or think your role in the appeals court can be in terms of processing this as science continues to produce new outputs. What impact you think that will have on human health?
Thank you very much. I want to give a short answer, and I want to be humble. So first of all, I'm going to turn to Chief Justice Blake and say I watched her confirmation hearing, and that reminded me in a really clear way how little I understand about the appeals court. I've never been a judge, and it's a collaborative body, and I want to be collaborative, but there are a lot of really smart people there, and I don't know what they know, and I know they know stuff I don't know. So I want to proceed slowly and cautiously. If I'm lucky enough to get to be in that group, I don't want to go in telling them this. I want to go in listening.
But you can tell Brennan anything you want.
Not gonna tell anybody anything, first day, I'm gonna go one whole day without telling anybody. I promise. Anyway, I think that I agree with what you're saying. I've already articulated it. I think we have to follow the science. I guess the one case I would point to that I'm proud of on that point is Commonwealth v. Rentala, Justice Lowey mentioned. And very simply, one of the core lessons of Rentala is the scientific method, really basic high school math, science. The scientific method, what is science? It turns out really helpful, and the courts should pay attention to the scientific method. And when we do, when the legal system does that, I think it's better. I'm not suggesting that the appeals court needs to learn that from me. I think that, that's just something I've learned, and it's a perspective I'll bring.
Is there a limit to follow the science for you personally? Is there an area where the science and your own sense of the world collide or are mismatch? And if that is, how do you process that?
I guess I don't mean to be too pithy. I guess I can't think of an example where if the science is solid science, if there's general acceptance of principle, it's reliable. And that's one of the key lodestars to me, in especially the criminal justice system, talking about depriving somebody of liberty, is reliability. You'll hear me mention that word over and over again. And good science produces reliable results, repeatable, reliable results. And so if it's good science and it produces a reliable result, a factual conclusion we can all agree on, then I will be hard pressed to reject that, whether that's in favor of guilt or against guilt.
No, I appreciate it. I'm gonna stop there. I just echo what I've already said, and I just very much appreciate getting with you, and I look forward to future opportunities to discuss the nuances of our judicial system in the future.
Well, Mr. Chairman. Oh, sorry, Mr. Paul, I'm traveling with that, that's nice. Okay, so my first 30 years in life, well, my first 30 years of career was a cop, police chief.
I heard it.
And for the last 10, I've done some criminal defense work and other things, but I've been a lawyer for like 32 years. And one of the things that we talked about this morning with another nominee, and you mentioned earlier, I think it was like Commonwealth versus Long. And I still have a lot of cop friends, of course, and chiefs, so as a police chief on every organization you can think about. And some of them will tell you it's had a chilling effect on how police do their jobs, and that cops aren't doing their jobs. And literally, I've seen a police chief show, pick up his phone and go, look at this, Joe. This will show you 5 years ago, this guy had so many traffic stops, so many investigatory, suspicious people behind buildings. And let me show you what he's doing now. Zeros, all the way down. And it was redundant for a lot of officers, to be honest with you. And it was a concern for me. Because we want cops to do their jobs, keep us safe. In your experience, do you see that, how do you see Commonwealth longest played out? And do you think it's had a chilling effect on how our society is protected? Do you think it's a right decision?
Thank you for that question. So first of all, Justice Lowey mentioned law, not me. But, the former prosecutor.
There's gotta be a comment.
So what I would say is that raises a really important question. And it's a completely fair question. I think that criminal appellate decisions, when they touch on how police officers do their job, and it's a hard job, especially when it's traffic sort of job out in the public. It's crucial that decisions give officers clear rules to follow, so that they can understand how to do their jobs properly. And that's a fair request that we hear from police officers, I think. But secondly, I think it's also true and that if police officers, based on reliable empirical evidence, violate important constitutional principles, that the courts need to do something about that too. That's my answer.
Have you seen this play out? Have you actually litigated Commonwealth versus Long cases?
I have not actually litigated a Long claim since the Long decision myself personally. No.
Do you have any thoughts about how post has rolled out for the Commonwealth and the effects on police officers and how different police agencies reported certain officers violating certain rules and regulations, and others didn't report any. Do you have any thoughts on that?
So, this is an area that I know the person to ask, and in my practice, I'm not trying to dodge, but in my practice, I've learned that my Rolodex is often more important than what I know in my head. And so the expert on that is an amazing CBCS lawyer named Rebecca James. And I recommend you reach out to her. She's the world's leading expert on the post mission. For everybody who doesn't know, that's tracking police officer misconduct. If they are accused of doing something bad, that's, I think, a verified complaint, goes, I think, to the post mission, and so it's publicly available. I've never used the post data in a concrete way, in a concrete case, in a case we want to, no, I don't think I have. The officers I'm thinking of, the issues I think came up before post. So I've never used it, and I'm not really an expert on it, and I'm definitely not an expert on it. It's more specific and good question you asked. What's the difference? Is there a difference in the reporting standards and practices of various police departments? Because as you're alluding to, and I think this is really important, there are, I can't remember how many, something like 200 plus police departments in Massachusetts alone. And they all have a chief, and they all have their own different rules about how they follow the rules and regulations. And so we see a lot of variability. And that in turn creates a lot of different outcomes. And I guess my broad, big picture, uninformed opinion would be that we should try and be more uniform in our reporting requirements.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that usually feels, but it ever will, but yeah, for sure, I know for a fact, and I've seen the results. Where small departments with 30 police officers, say 10 of them acted inappropriately during their careers. Going back 25 years ago, like this guy ran a Red Sox player's plates, and he was given, a 1-day suspension for running the Red Sox player's plate, or they called in sick, and then you get cities with 300 officers, and they reported one person ever violated the law ever, or rule and regulation. And literally, I've seen that play out, and it's so unfair. And I'm not sure how we fix that, and what we do about it. Maybe it's gonna reach a level someday, we can have a smart idea to fix that. So that everyone's treated equally, and we get rid of bad cops, and we keep good cops. But not everyone's to be subjected to having something that happened 25 years ago, being reported when others don't have it. You agree?
I think that's a fair argument. Absolutely.
So it looks like your resume is brilliant with criminal defense. Have you ever cheated in any other areas of the law, or like any civil experience?
I have done a bit of civil work. But I don't want to overstate it. You're absolutely right that the overwhelming majority of my work has been criminal defense. My very first firm as a paralegal is a criminal defense law firm. It's not important. I've done a handful of civil cases. So that is absolutely something I would need to learn about. And I've already started reading the slip opinions, not just on civil commercial litigation, but on all sorts of things that I don't know anything about. I didn't know. I had never even heard of the land court until 3 weeks ago. Anyway, I'm excited. The point though is high energy, light burning. So and I think you're probably gonna be answer this, but I don't. What percentage of judges on the appeal court do not have any judicial experience prior to being appointed to the appeals court? Chief Justice, my boss, future, if I'm lucky enough to get appointed, sitting in the room, I don't want to start speaking when she knows the actual answer. Chief, do you know the answer to that? 9 of 20.
Well, right now we have 22.
9 of 22. So it's almost half. Okay. Good, all right. Well, thank you for applying, and thank you for what you've done for the criminal justice system. Thank you very much.
Welcome to them.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you again.
This was so fast, the time is quick, and you've got these people, I can't believe that you've got the Chief Justice and you've got Judge Lilly. I am just, I'm just so happy for you. Now, and you took a lot of time, and but you're not going to be your boss because she has had 3 Belgian markets. So, but I gotta tell you, I was impressed by, you were asked in your resume, what were the most 4 important qualities of a judge? And your first one was empathy. Yeah, it meant a lot to me because that's what I look for. Now, we have to talk fast because they voted to time us, so, you know, I have to ask you this. I have always, I think like most people think that DNA was the greatest thing that ever was found to really, you know, find out who the murderer was, but I mean, we see people, you know, a child that was killed 30 years ago, and we find that person just recently, I saw that. So I thought that was it. But you had a case, and I'd like you to tell us about that. And that was, this man was accused of getting into, a bedroom and raping a woman, and she identified him. And she found, later she found a pair of men's shorts in the room, and she turned them in. And they took what he had said previously, that when someone recognizes someone and says, that's the person, that oversees the DNA evidence. I mean, that is incredible. And I mean, he spent 16 years in prison. I mean, it just seems like, there's no justice in that. So tell us, how much does DNA affect a case? To me, it should be all over once you have the DNA and it's not that person.
Thank you for that question, Counselor. Folks didn't see this case that Counselor Manning is talking about on page 5 of mine. I don't want to mention the client's name because I just want to maintain its confidentiality. That's an ethical thing that I like to do. But it's true, you raised a really important point, and to sort of keeping in mind time, it's a very important point that psychologists have recognized in ID cases. Very simply, there was a pair of men's shorts in a room, they had DNA on them. The victim showed them to the police quickly visited the crime lab. They did not match the defendant's DNA. She made an eyewitness identification, it's a stranger identification. So the jury was presented with her single witness stranger identification and his DNA that did not match, that she believed belonged to the assailants. It was not a great case. That's a minor case. But the jury voted to convict nevertheless. And so social scientists who have studied this have recognized this as a common phenomenon, that identification is so powerful to juries that they will overlook seemingly much more reliable science like DNA. And this is not an unusual thing. It happens a lot. And so that's why it's even more important for our courts to do what the Gantz Commission ordered, and that is to allow defendants to bring into evidence expert witnesses who study identifications and the factors that make them unreliable, and explain to juries, give juries all the tools they can to understand the fallibility and unreliability of identifications.
Because you live in a patent and have someone that you really have never met, but maybe that comes into your mind, he's the one. And it just seems like, is there going to be any change in that, like look at that evidence and allow a court to commit someone to prison, ignoring the DNA?
So in this case, I mean, it depends on how you look at it. It was a happy ending. The court recognized our argument that it was reversible error to prevent the defense lawyer at trial from being permitted to introduce the testimony of an eyewitness ID expert. And so the court, recognizing that that was an error, 16 years later, reversed his conviction. So he did have to spend 16 years in prison, so that of course was a tragedy, but the court recognized the error. And the court recognized the error after the Gantz Commission explained essentially that the courts have been getting it wrong. So I think that there's a lot to be proud of in that horrible situation, that's an example of our courts admitting that they had misunderstood the science and getting it right eventually. And so I think the answer is yes, we can, if we follow the science, improve and be fair.
Right. I mean, the whole thing, I don't want to, belabor it, but it was dark, all of that.
Yes.
But turning it aside, I'm so glad that you have mentioned Judge Gantz. And in my 25 years, in my experience, I have voted 3 times. And I never saw a man, so I don't want to cry, but he was just such a down to earth person. I could call him, I could go over and meet with him and speak with him for a half hour. He would give you all the time in the world. But what he did with that commission is going to be a legacy in heaven. And so I'm glad that you mentioned that. Now, I want to talk about one of my heroes too, is Judge Reznick. Now, you worked with him and you were supposed to have a committee to develop a timeframe on first degree murders. Can you tell us about that?
So I served on that committee, I think, well, yeah, there were multiple justices who served on that committee, but that's right, Justice Graziano was on the committee. The gist of it was that there had been a custom, I guess, that had developed in first degree murder cases that lawyers, for a variety of reasons, were allowing well, these cases, I don't want to, these cases were dragging on pre-direct appeal for a very long time. And the court was concerned that what justice delayed at some point is justice denied. And so the court convened a commission, and I was appointed as a maximum representative to serve on the committee. And we engaged in a dialogue with stakeholders. And the upshot of that was that the defense bar, I think to the court's surprise, was happy to address this question and try to minimize delays. And there were several things that and it's been a few years since I had these discussions, so I don't remember it in great detail. But in a nutshell, defense lawyers spent a lot of time on the commission explaining to the courts the pinch points, the causes of delay that were not defense lawyers' fault. Sometimes defense lawyers were just not doing their job. That's true. But other times there was another problem: institutional resource limitations, and defense lawyers were trying to get things done, they couldn't get done. And broadly speaking, the court, I think, was receptive, recognized that sometimes people need help and there are solutions to problems that if we focus our minds, we can solve these problems. And broadly, I think today, there's less delay in the pre-direct appeal litigation of new trial motions and first degree murder cases.
Now we have to talk fast over time. If you already heard this, tell me, okay? Because I ask people, I follow a lot of the courts, what's going on. And one case in the appeals court will always stay in my mind about the dog. And anyway.
I watched that confirmation hearing.
You can be honest, you can be honest. And this woman was on her lawn with her little dog. And this man came by with 2 dogs, one on a leash and a German Shepherd loose. The German Shepherd charged this little dog, tore her apart. Thank God that she survived. But it was a cost of $8,000 at the vet. So she went to court to get that justice. And the judge ruled that a dog is property. So she went to the appeals court. If you're on the appeals court, how would you judge?
I will follow the precedent, which I think is that it's not property. And also, we have a golden doodle. She's not a fighter, she's a lover, so I'm probably.
Yeah, well, you know, that changed case law. And this is what I'm saying, that people don't understand what Judge Blake can do, the authority she will have as Chief Justice, and you on the appeals court. And I've got to tell you, I don't vote for everybody. And I vote for everyone in the appeals court. We have the best. And I'm so proud, and you're going to really enjoy working with those people and to have the best Chief Justice. I can't be happy leaving here knowing that I took these votes. So I thank you. But no, that was very interesting to me. And I thought the judge really used discretion to say it was property, or whether he could have used judge discretion to say, no, that's not property. You know, doesn't judge have that discretion?
I obviously don't know. I don't know the details of the case.
Yeah.
I just don't have.
Right, but no, you have a wonderful background. I just, I'm over the moon with what's happening to the appeals court to leave and know that we're in good hands. And what a pleasure to meet you. And this is amazing, because the date was changed after we voted for it only a few days, and everyone came, and you've got these people, these judges, I can't believe it. And so, it's just a privilege to meet you. And, hope you enjoy the Belgian waffle. And anyway, I'm really looking forward to knowing when you swear in, and really, it's a good day for me. I'm very happy.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, no. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any questions. We had a lengthy conversation yesterday. You told me a lot. You seem to talk a lot faster yesterday. That's when I had. But,
People have told me that.
yeah, your presentation today is very compelling. I really like it. The council is a big supporter, and when you're able to come before a council, probably 2 weeks, I'd be more than happy to support you.
Thank you very much, Nelson.
Council Dodd.
Thank you. I don't have questions, I will be honest. This is a natural ascension for you. I think you're a great fit. I think this is an exciting time, in the appeals court. And, you certainly have the experience that we need. And, thank you for applying. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Nelson.
Have you ever met any members of the appeals court?
I had.
You still want to be on it?
I do, and I learned something from the chief's hearing that 1/3 of them are new, relative 5 years or less, service, so I feel like there's. Gonna be, changes in the area, I don't know if there's needs to be changed, but anyway, it sounds like an exciting time.
Make it history.
Well, it will be with the new chief, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Nothing against Jeff Weed, because we know how much fun he was. We're gonna close the hearing now.
Thank you very much.